All right. All right, we're live.
Are we
Hello,
live?
everyone. We're live. We're live.
Hello!
Welcome to your fucking scene hair is killing me.
Hang on, it hasn't loaded for me yet. I'm getting my sub lapsed. I'm getting ads.
You're getting ads. Oh no. Hi,
I'm hearing from Dr. Rick
Welcome.
real quick. Give me a moment.
What is Dr. Rick selling you?
Progressive.
Oh, incredible.
I can't hear this commercial, so I'm just left to interpret what the commercial has to do with the product, but you know.
Just imagine it. Folks, welcome on in. We have a very special stream prepared for you all tonight. Tonight is the night where Llutra and I talk about our Sparklewolf roleplay experiences and info dump on you, all of our character lore. I hope you're ready for this. Our babies, our children that we tortured.
Oh my god, my hair just loaded. I'm crying. It's not a phase, Mom. It's who I am.
Thank you guys so much for the gift subs, by the way. I promise we'll spin the wheel in a bit. I forgot to last time, so I owe you guys a wheel spin from last time, but I'll wait till later for that. And I will take a sip. Thank you, Business Memo. 2 babies. What's your second baby's name?
Can I name
Thank you so much for subbing for so long. I know we got baby names. How
baby
appropriate.
names. Let's pull out the book.
Let's pull out the book. All right, we'll go through letter by letter. Pick a good one. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did anyone else ever look up the meaning of their name in the baby book and be like horrendously disappointed?
I have a very funny story about my real name and its meaning, but I can't tell the story without giving my real name away. But it's very funny because my first and last name mean the same thing.
That's amazing.
My mom named me not knowing that my first name ended up meaning the same thing as my last name.
Oh my god.
It's
Puffin is Moon Moon confirmed.
I'm basically the real life version of Moon Moon. And that's pretty hilarious. Oh yeah, let me turn on our 2000s pop punk hits in the background as well.
Please.
We gotta get that going. All right, we got My Chemical Romance.
Give me my MCR, baby.
Oh, it's on. It's happening right now.
Is it happening?
Right.
I won't be able to hear it, but I'll hear it in my heart.
You'll hear it in your soul. It's playing directly to you.
Damn.
All right, let me turn it down kind of low so I can think. But okay, so to explain a little bit, y'all, about how Llutra and I met. So this is our roleplay backstory here. So I've been role-playing wolves for about 10 years now? Longer,
Dang.
I think. Right?
Got a veteran over here.
Almost, probably a little bit more than 10 years. I think it started when I was about 11 or 12. So that would be, yeah. Actually, that's way more than that. So it would have been, what, 2007-ish I started? So we're coming on 15, 16 years. That's so many years. I don't want to think about that. So I started on Neopets, and then I moved on to these things called Webbies, which are basically like websites that are attached to guilds on Neopets, where you can roleplay off-site. Because there's less restrictions on the words and terms you can use. Neopets has very strong content filters, so some words are just banned on Neopets that are, I don't know. That I wanted to be free. I wanted to be able to say the word blood in my dog roleplay. So anyway,
I want to break free.
So I moved over to websites, and then I was a forum role player for pretty much ever since. And way back in, when was Orenda? When did I meet you on Orenda?
That was... Gosh,
it wasn't lewd, by the way. It was not lewd. It was very much just edgy.
Very safe for work, yeah.
It's safe for work. It's just edgy as hell. People are the wolves are ripping each other to shreds. Think warrior cats. Think warrior cats.
Like warrior cats, but they can say fuck.
But they can say fuck. Exactly.
I mean, am I wrong?
So Orenda, it was the name of a roleplay site that the two of us were on, run by our friend Marina. And that's where I met
Llutra. That had to have been
2016,
2017, because I think it was before I think it was like after I graduated high school, but before I went to college.
Yeah, it was after so the site that we were both on for the longest had an original iteration that I was on from like 2013 to 2015. And then this other site came after that. So yeah, probably around 2015-ish. And Llutra was an artist that our mutual friend Peas kept commissioning. And then eventually was just like, come to the dark side.
Get the fuck over here, yeah, pretty much. Peeves was like, you're one of us now, whether you like it or not. You're one of us
now. You've drawn enough characters and just make your own.
It was so funny joining because, like, I kept running into these characters. It's like, oh, I know you! Like, someone had straight up designed them before I ever, like, met them in character.
You designed multiple of these ones that I have here on my toy house.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Now that I look at it.
You did. You designed at least 3 of them, I think. Also, thank you so much, Siggy, for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But, oh gosh. So then, yeah. So I met Llutra briefly on this one site. And then that site kind of closed down. And then a couple years later, this other site opened that I had been a part of a while ago. And I was like, you know what? It's been a minute since I've done this. Let's go back in. What could go wrong? What could go wrong if I go back to roleplay again? I miss all my friends and all that. Also, Dreamy Boo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. So,
wow.
A bunch of people that I had already known for quite a while through various other sites were on there, and that was in 2021? No.
Yeah, no,
2020. It was like 2020. Yeah, because
No, I feel like it was earlier. I feel like it had to have been like 2019.
I think it was like right at the beginning of 2020.
I thought we had a couple years before the pandemic started, but I could be wrong.
No, because it was only open for 2 years. It closed early last year, and that was the 2-year anniversary.
Huh.
It was like right after the 2-year anniversary.
Wow. So, okay, my timeline's just off then.
Our timeline! We have to establish the timeline, Llutra.
We have to keep the canon.
We have to. So anyway, now let's talk about the actual children that we made. So, Llutra, I want to let you talk about one of your kids first. Let's talk about...
Oh, who are we talking about?
We gotta talk about Rosita and Wisteria. Because we have to talk about the mess that was Athadia.
Oh my god, I love them though. So unlike Fraz, I was a baby to the role-playing world. Like, I was on Orenda for like 2 weeks before it wound up closing. And then I was invited to the new website, and I was like, I'm gonna make a whole new character. And I played like a really kind of dark, sassy, like Scar, Tyrion Lannister type character before, and I was like, I want to make a goddamn cinnamon roll. So I made Rosita.
Oh, and you did. Also, for anyone who's confused, my roleplay name was Fraz. So if Llutra calls me that, that's the reason.
That's where that came from. Yeah, because I knew Puffin as Fraz before I knew Puffin as Puffin.
Yeah, that was like my roleplay circle's name. I didn't go as Puffin because for some reason I was like separating myself from oh, thank you, honey. I was separating myself from the furries almost, because weirdly enough, furries are still kind of taboo in roleplay circles. I feel
they still kind of have that bad,
which is so stupid.
It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. But
in a competition for who's cringiest, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
We are both winning.
Well, also, I'm sorry, 90% of Wolf role players are also furries. They have a persona, they just don't call it a persona.
It's basically
they check all the boxes.
4 legs. Come on, y'all. So Rosita here was a member of this pack called Athadia, which was... We basically had 2 packs to start out on this site. It was the edgy... dark, twisted fucking psychopath wolves.
And that was jungle Slytherins, basically.
Yeah, the jungle Slytherins. They were in a pack called Vrolga. And then there was this pack called Athadia, which was essentially all
the goody two-shoes royalty people, I guess.
They were
wolves.
they were fancy aristocratic wolves, but they had like inner turmoil issues because they had kind of like a caste system going on. And so part of the plot of that pack was that there was like a resistance going on within the pack to change the rules so that everyone could be equal. And both my character and Llutra's character were a part of like a type of wolf that's called a high blood, which is basically like you were born into royalty or nobility.
Yeah, like a royal family situation.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
We were like members of the like bloodline that like helped to found the pack.
Yeah.
So we got like special privileges and stuff that like the other characters who were not born into that bloodline did not receive.
Right.
And like characters could be like more or less like stuck up about it.
Yeah, Rosita didn't ever really care. I mean, her best friend was
her husband.
Like, other than her husband, I didn't want to spoil it, but yes, her husband Lambert. I mean, it's a spoiler alert.
Oh, they're so cute together. Look at them.
They're so precious.
Look
yeah,
at
she
them.
did wind up marrying a low blood as like a childhood best friend situation. We love them.
They're so cute. What's up? Oh, did you say something?
No, it was the ghost.
Oh, the ghost said something.
You might have heard like my mic picking up me drinking beer. Maybe that was
probably it. Hey, I have a little wine cooler here.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Mango Peach Paradise.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'm drinking a moon pie stout.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds delightful.
Super thick and chocolatey.
I do want to say that, so our characters, like, we had like kind of a little like girls group going on. So it was my character Wisteria, Llutra's character here Rosita, and then our friend Momo's character Farah.
Farah, yeah.
And they were like besties, kind of like a bestie trio.
A girl squad.
A girl squad. They were all three girl bosses. It was so funny though because they all ended up. It was like a pregnancy pact situation because they all ended up.
Yeah, they did. And
pregnant.
Rosita's whole family building adventure was a fucking time.
It was so funny. It was just like one after the other, and two of them out. Like, it's so funny to say out of wedlock when it's fucking wolves.
Out of matelock. That sounds so much worse for not calling it matelock.
Did you say this wasn't funny? It wasn't, but they still like they had kids and stuff. Like they developed relationships and had kids. All of that stuff, like the inner workings of all of that happened off camera, of course. We didn't roleplay those parts out.
You just didn't like talk about it. Like there was forbidden romance and babies. It was just not.
Yeah. There was all kinds of drama going on. This is like a reality TV show, y'all.
It's like Game of Thrones, but they hike on trees.
Seriously, it was more than just that though. There were straight up murders going on. The whole thing in the whole thing in Athadia was that people kept getting murdered.
And nobody knew why.
We couldn't keep our characters alive.
Because what would happen in some cases is like a player would decide that they weren't clicking with their character, they wanted to make a new... Oh, excuse me, I just burped on stream. They wanted to make a new character or something like that, and so they'd have to like find a reason to get rid of this old character that made sense in the story. And a lot of people's choice was just, what if they fucking got murdered?
Yeah, so obviously that created lots of drama. And a lot of those murders happened in this pack that we're talking about right now. So there was all kinds of bullshit going on in Athadia. So my character in that pack was named Wisteria.
Wisteria, we love.
I love her. Probably one of my favorite characters of all time. She's so good. This was her at the end when I stopped being on the site. So before she lost her leg and got her eye scar and stuff. Humpermaya, thank you so much.
So I'm gonna give you some bits. Have
an
amazing
Thank you so much for the cheer. Appreciate it. Let's see, where is she? This is her at the beginning. So fresh-faced, so
it was.
So
we have
young.
to talk about like Wisteria's story arc though, because
God.
like when you first started playing her, she was like this young optimist, like trying to prove herself to the world. And then there was this like the smoothest fucking transition you can ever imagine over the course of 2 years into this like fucking badass warrior goddess who would like single-handedly murk a dragon.
She did. She killed the dragon.
She did do that.
Piece right here. It's right here. She killed it. She was my original deal with her, my thought process behind creating this character was I wanted to play like a Toph kind of character. She was based on 2 characters. She was based on Toph from Avatar, and then she was a murder is being depicted in this art. Yeah, she fucking killed that dragon. Can I show that on Twitch? There's no blood. It's
no blood. It's fine. He's sleeping.
There's worse in video games.
He's taking a nap. Leave him alone.
He is. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, she was based on Toph, and then she was also based on the, I can't remember the name of this character, but she's from Demon Slayer. She's got like a butterfly motif going on. And so the combination of those two characters, I think, was it Shinobu? Is that her name? I don't remember.
I would have to ask Robert. I've never watched Demon Slayer.
Shinobu. So
okay,
I kind of matched those 2 characters together to create Wisteria's like basic concept.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, no, I haven't watched season 2 yet, Sickle, I will. So, originally she was gonna kind of be like she was born into a family where she was born blind as a result of, so one of the issues of, like I said, this is like fucking Game of Thrones shit. One of the issues that the High Bloods had is that in order to keep their bloodlines pure, there was some inbreeding that was happening. So Wisteria had that in her bloodline, and so she was born blind as a result of a birth defect. So her family was kind of like, oh, you're weak, you're worthless, you're never gonna amount to anything, we're like a family of warriors. So her mom basically took her as a very young kid and was like, you're either gonna survive this, you're basically gonna either survive this hardcore training or you're gonna like die in the process. And if you live, then you'll have earned your place as a member of this family. So she got rigorously trained as a kid and essentially kind of learned how to see kind of like Toph sees through vibration magic. So she kind of sees like almost like echolocation kind of.
Yeah.
It's like a mix of echolocation and like ground vibrations that like tell her where other characters are like standing. So that's how she fights, and she ended up becoming very good at it. One of the most powerful characters on the site. It was her and one other character named Enya, who I think were the 2 most powerful. And on that site,
the bad bitches.
The bad bitches. On that site, there was like a basically the more you roleplayed, the more points you got to spend, and then the more you could level up your character. And I was a very aggressive role player, especially during the pandemic.
Raz was scary to roleplay with because you'd like sit down and you'd type off this like whole like 1,000 word response or something, and then sit down and you'd be like, ah yes, I did good work. And then 5 minutes later, you'd have an inbox.
I was like,
Puffin was just like, surprise!
Let me tell you, bitch. When I had the muse, I was on that shit. I was roleplaying so fast because I just had so many I was so excited to progress the story, especially when everything was so interesting and fun, especially that first year. Like they had so many good plots going on. The community was really good. Things got a little more dramatic later on, both in and out of character, unfortunately, as I find that ends up happening regardless in every roleplay community I've been in. Unfortunately, the drama kind of seeps out into the into the exterior a little bit, but we had our little group that we all gelled together very well, and we all roleplayed together very well.
It can be very difficult for people to separate in-character interactions and out-of-character interactions. And also for writers to get used to the idea that they're not 100% in control of their character's circumstances. And so that can make people kind of upset, if their IRL friend's character doesn't like their character, or if they had this vision in mind for their character's story and that winds up not happening, you know?
Yeah, I ended up having to fight, like... So for Wisteria, I did not envision her becoming, like, public enemy #1. She had, like, a target on her back for a really long time because she was an up-and-coming, like, leader in the pack, in Athadia, the pack that we're talking about right now. And right when like all the drama and stuff happened, there was a murder, and she was like the one there to witness it, essentially. Well, she's blind, so she couldn't really see it, but she was like there when it happened and like kind of had a sense what had gone on, but not all.
She heard
proof.
everything.
Basically, she knew what happened, but she didn't have any tangible proof to prove what had happened.
Yeah.
And she was really aggressively trying to seek justice for this murdered character in a way that pissed off the other pack and made her a really, really, really hated character for like half of the like half of my friends' characters. So for a long time I wasn't really sure what to do with her because it was like almost dangerous for her to exist because so many characters were straight up like, if I see her around, I'm gonna murder her. So eventually she ended up, by some miracle and just like a lot of very careful like diplomacy, regaining the trust and the respect of like all the characters who originally hated her. Mm-hmm. And so by the end of my time on that website role-playing, she'd actually befriended some of the people who had originally hated her. And she also became leader of the pack that we were in. She had a really good character arc. That's probably the best ever character arc that I've ever role-played at. It was very satisfying to like resolve all of those plot points. Yeah, they all like very much came together in the end. Also, she's a widow. And
rip, yeah, she had like a bunch of kids.
Oh,
her husband died.
I play one of her kids too.
Amelia.
Let me show a couple more pictures of her.
Daughter.
So here, this was the dream team I was talking about earlier. So there's Rosita, Wisteria over here, and then their friend Farah, who is all of them are technically cousins, but they're more kind of like best friends.
Yeah, yeah.
This was Wisteria's husband. He was like a giant dragon wolf.
Dragon man.
His whole thing was that he thought he was super ugly. And it kind of worked that they were together because like she's blind, of course, but like he's also a super sweetheart. And I never bought the fact that he was ugly because there were like other like wolf characters were also interested in like quote unquote like dating
Bonnie,
him.
cough.
Oh, that was too funny. Then wait, let's see what else. Yeah, this was the cool reference sheet I commissioned of her, like right at the end. Shows her armor set and the missing leg.
I still adore that Run and Wine piece. That piece is what made me like follow Run and Wine and like
which one?
Wish Forever. The one with gals and Wisteria like flying together.
This one?
Your stream's
really
like a
cute.
little off for me, so I can't tell. But
the
yeah,
one
the
I was
Run
just
and Wine
showing.
one.
It's really cute.
Yeah,
I also
love
love
it.
this one. I had a roleplay table that I love to use.
Yeah.
That I had of this art because like so here's a little piece of info that some of y'all might not know. Also, hi Cheetah and hi Turn On. And I'm sorry if I'm missing some of chat.
Hello.
I'm getting very hyper fixated on talking about this. So on wolf roleplay websites, and I think on just like other roleplay websites, you have these things called tables. I think they call them something else in some communities, but I always just called them tables.
Tables is what I always heard.
Yeah, they're basically like pretty CSS like thingies that you put your roleplay writing on. And basically, a lot of times they'll have like an image of your character on them and like special font and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically just a way to like make it not just a plain ass looking forum post. Like give it some formatting and color to kind of make it nicer to read and help immersion.
Yeah, it's like flavor.
Yeah.
Extra flavor. I also really liked this piece. I got a lot of good art of Wisteria. She's my baby.
We
Such a
love her.
badass. Such a badass. So then she had babies, and also Rosita had babies.
Rosita's baby situation was wild.
Oh yeah, talk about that.
Okay, so
Let's talk about.
I guess I
Rosita's
kind of have
baby
to talk
situ-
about like the Lambert Rosita romance if I'm gonna get into.
You also
that
have to
too.
talk about Cadwin, who.
Well, yes, Cadwin. So Rosita. So for a while we talked about how there was 2 packs and how there was kind of a rivalry between them. Well, for a while there was a spy from the other pack in the pack that Rosita was in. So it was Spy and Athadia, and Rosita and the spy Cadwin actually wound up having kind of like having a baby. Yeah, they had a little falling in love, and nothing ever came of it except for they had kids. No one could ever know this, obviously, because she found out she was pregnant right when it came out that Cadwin like murdered another packmate, was responsible for a lot of the drama in Athadia.
One second, Lutra. Moonshadow, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. What were you streaming? Let me just shout out this
hello,
raider real quick.
Raiders!
Welcome.
Make yourself cozy. We're telling dog stories.
You were playing Chimera Land. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that one, but I hope you had a great time.
That sounds fun.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay, so Cadwin, the spy.
So Cadwin and Rosita. So Cadwin got driven out of Athadia. Rosita later finds out she's pregnant, and she's like, I cannot tell anyone, because even though like realistically her friends would have supported her, she also had like that she was always the good girl syndrome. You know, she never got in trouble. So
Cinnamon roll syndrome.
And so what wound up happening is she was like, hey, you know, she told her best friend Lambert, and he was like, I'll just tell everyone they were mine, because like no one would. Everyone was kind of.
They don't
look alike at all. Not at all. They don't
like
even look like Rosita's parent or Lambert's parents. But you know what? It's fine.
They look just like Cadwin.
It's fine. Nobody noticed.
Spit an image. Spit an image.
So yeah, Rosita gave birth to twins. Lambert just kind of claimed him as his own, and Lambert also had like this other puppy that he just kind of had adopted. So there was this whole period of time where Lambert and Rosita were not in love, faking being in a relationship. They accidentally got married in like a 3rd pack that later popped up due to like some tradition technicality. And then after they had kids and got married, then they fell in love. It was this whole like back-assward thing. They spy familyed it.
They literally spy familyed it. They got married and had the kid, and then later on, whoops, we fell in love.
Whoops, they fell in love. So they never had biological children. They just had Rosita's twins and then Lambert's adopted son. But
yeah, Lambert had a kid too. Little dragon kid. I think that was in that other picture I was showing.
Yeah,
earlier.
that was Rodon. Rodon was his name. So it was Larkspur, it was
this purple one right
Snapdragon, and it was Rodon.
Rodon, the rock names, of course.
I know. Well, Rosita's were both plant names. Because Rosita's powers are, you'll notice she has like flowers all over her design. She kind of passively grows flowers, and she has a lot of plant-related magic. Which comes in hand in being a healer.
This picture was in response to, so we had a role play of it was Farah's bachelorette
party.
Yeah, Farah, the character from that I showed earlier over here. So this character, she was the first one to get married out of the group, and we threw her a wolf bachelorette party, and then Rosita everybody got really drunk. Thank you for the good girl, Nev. Everyone got really drunk at the party, but Rosita got especially drunk, and then the next day at the wedding, she was not doing okay. She was not doing okay.
I had so much fun writing that. And that was like one of the things I adored about this like phase in our lives, was that you could like, there was times where it was like super serious, intense, and you're like, wow, this is such a badass thing I'm writing. And then there's other times where like, dude, what if they all just got fucking hammered for no reason?
It was a bachelorette party!
It was. I mean, it's a valid reason. But like, you try to explain drunk wolves to someone who isn't in the know.
It was so silly. It was so fun though.
With her little Pedialyte. I loved it. Her little Pedialyte. She did not have Pedialyte in the actual thread. But
I'm sure
she had
took
it in her heart.
Herbs that she had. She was
Whatever
the pack
plant is
healer.
Pedialyte.
Pedialyte equivalent.
Well, any botany experts in the chat, please tell me what plants could be used as Pedialyte.
Thank you for the good girl, Firefox. All right, let me show Melia then. So this was one of Wisteria's many children. She had so many.
She had a huge litter and then like
She
almost
had-
died in childbirth.
The birth thread was so dramatic. I usually don't like to do like those types of like, oh, I'm being just so edgy and dramatic for drama's sake, but it ended up being a really like very panicky and kind of fun thread in a weird way.
Yeah, it was the one time I let Rosita curse. She never cursed at any point over 2 years of writing her, but she did say fuck when Wisteria started going downhill.
We got her stabilized.
We did, she lived.
I almost forgot until you just mentioned that so important plot point that I forgot to mention. Wisteria's husband is a vampire, and his form of vampirism is like if he smells or tastes blood, he goes into like a feeding frenzy, essentially, where he's no longer in control of his actions, and basically rips and tears everything in front of him to shreds until he can either get away from it or like sate the bloodlust. So that is the reason why Wisteria has this nasty scar on her face. Because he kind of roughed her up.
Her husband did it.
Well, she didn't realize it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
And then after that incident, she figured out a way to get his shit under control, essentially.
Yeah, because a lot of, and what's really common in Sparklewolf roleplay is there's like a wide variety of different stuff. You can pretty much just go ham.
Yeah.
Like if you can imagine it, it's valid.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, he passed on that vampirism trait to his daughter, Camellia. And she is designed by Llutra. Here was the original design. So Llutra did this
scribbly.
one. And then I combined my vision plus our friend Marina helped me design her adult form, which is this. And she's so pretty. I love her.
I love her. Honestly, I
like
love both of those designs. Like, both of those siblings came out so good.
Yeah, I was a little
so
sad
happy.
that Sage ended up,
Yeah.
not existing in this form anymore. Because I really liked the original Sage design. But yeah, so Camelia's whole deal was like, she had the vampirism, but she was a very shy, scared, timid, nervous, weepy, crybaby kind of kid, and that's partially because Cadwyn, the spy we were talking about earlier, almost abducted her as a kid, and gave her some pretty intense PTSD. So she ended up growing up to be kind of like meek and mild and stuff. But she had that like, trigger switch where like if she did come into contact with blood, she would kind of go crazy, and this is a depiction of kind of what would happen if that did occur. She'd start crying, and she had a power like Blue Diamond from Steven Universe I gave her, where if she started to cry, her magic would force everyone else in the area to cry as well.
Yeah.
So that was kind of fun. We had a pretty amusing roleplay with two of her aunts babysat her, and everyone just ended up crying because she started crying, and then they started crying, and everyone was just crying, didn't know what to do. It was very amusing. But yeah, I liked Camellia a lot. I didn't get to really roleplay her as an adult too much. She was kind of like a teenager, young adult, by the end of the time the site closed. I also got a picture of her from Okami a while ago. That was a cute one with her little seal plushie.
No. I love it.
The stream is giving me rock and roll vibes. Yeah, we're listening to some pop punk in the background because, you gotta be, when you talk about your Sparklewolf roleplay.
That's so cute.
Isn't it?
Tiny piece. I love it.
Isn't it? Yeah. I love that one. I have a lot of good pieces of all of my little kids. I have one from Siggy too. This one's from Siggy.
I've definitely seen some Siggy, some beautiful, delicious Siggy art.
Siggy art, so cute.
We love Siggy art in this house. We love Okami art in this house.
We do. I know, Lutra did a fantastic job on this character's design. Cadelia is great. She's also got a girlfriend. Our friend Intree's character is her like little like teenage crush kind of character. They're always together. Yeah. It's very cute.
And it's so funny because Arachne, Intree's character / Camelia's girlfriend, is like this boss bitch, like
she's like
kind of personality,
feral,
like feral goblin child, and then you have this quiet crying giantess that is Camelia. And I love their dynamic. It's so great. It was so much fun.
It's totally like, it's so opposites attract.
Yeah.
Their meeting thread was crazy. We had a thread where all the babies, all like the young characters on the site had a big party. And, you know, it was basically like...
teenagers.
It was like if awkward, like teenagers threw a house party and then didn't really know what to do once they were there. Because like all of our babies were so sheltered. So
like a bunch of homeschoolers found the beer cabinet and like didn't know what to do after that.
They're just like, I don't know what we should do. Should we play like Truth or Dare?
Oh yeah.
So we had them play Truth or Dare, I think, and it was like so silly because none of them knew what to do. They were very fun. Then the adults came and crashed the party, and all of them were so embarrassed that their parents showed up.
They had chaperones the whole time. They just didn't know.
They just didn't know, because my character Tallulah was about to have an aneurysm watching this all happen, which, speaking of...
Oh, yes, we should
explain
Caspera.
Alright, well, you go first, because you had the leader of that one, and you were the one who made that pack.
I was, yeah. Caspera was my baby. It was a pack... Basically, so we had these 2 packs initially, and they were constantly at odds with each other, so... When I had the opportunity to make a pack for the website, I wanted, like, a neutral ground. And so I made this band of pirates. Had, like, this whole religious, kind of more of a philosophical system, where it was, like, this kind of balance between give and take. You know, like, you can be a pirate and you take shit, but you also have to give back. Like, give back to the community and whatnot.
I loved that concept. It was very fun to write Tallulah's character around that entire, like, belief system. Also, good night, Fox.
Yeah!
Thanks for stopping by.
I was like to this day, I still love this pack.
Oh yeah.
I played Bonnibel Rackham, which, if you're familiar with pirate history, you may recognize the 2 references in her name. And she was how would you describe Bonnie?
She was like
she just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, she was like, she did when it counted, but like ultimately, she was just like, if you're not, you know, usually 9 times out of 10, it's not my problem. Figure it out yourselves kind of character.
Yeah, like very, very chaotic, very mischievous, very feisty. She hit on, like, everyone, which was hysterical for me to write. Because, like, I can't actually flirt in real life, but, like, having her, like, jokingly hit on everyone else's character resulted in a lot of really funny interaction.
She was definitely the type of character who, like, Bonnibel, like Princess Bubblegum. No, I don't think that's the correct reference there. What are your pirate references?
Let me see. Hang on, I gotta, like, relook
Also, hi,
this
Matsu.
So the name Bonnibel is a reference to Anne Bonny, who was an Irish pirate. A very famous Irish pirate. She worked with Calico Jack Rackham.
Okay.
Which is where
mashup of those
Rackham
names.
comes from. Yeah, so 2 very famous pirates in history.
Yeah, Bonnie was like the type who was like letting the kids drink and like
he's like, I know this is happening. You know, she like definitely like if she was a mom, she's very much like the do you need snacks, condoms kind of mom.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's like, I know these idiots are in my pack territory, and I know they're drinking, and I'm not gonna stop them, because I was drinking at, like, as an infant. You know, because her father's... Pirate life. Well, her fathers were, like, 2 frat boys, essentially, who fell in love and found a feral child in the woods, and like, hey, we're taking care of this. So, like, her sense of normalcy was not good to begin with. But yeah, so like she was watching from afar, and it's just her sense of what is acceptable behavior for children is not everyone else on the planet's sense of that. But, like, when she needed to step in and, like, step up, she could. Like, she was a very strong character, but she was also just kind of a shit.
She was, yeah. She's also, like, she had, like a mischievous kind of air to her where, like...
Yeah.
She would be... Because my character, Tallulah, who we'll talk about in a second, was one of them... Like, she would be more likely to step in if something was happening. And Bonnie would be like, wait. She'd be the, like, let him cook. Like
I want to see how this plays out.
Exactly. Like shh, don't do anything yet. We gotta see where this leads.
Like, I want to see who wins the fight, and then I'll keep anyone from dying.
Yeah, exactly. So,
God, she was a turd.
She was. There was a lot. Like, Hesperia ended up getting into a lot of shit later in the, like, right at the end, basically, of the site.
They got dragged into conflict. And then because they had been, like, very no conflict for so long, that when they did get involved, everyone... What the fuck?
Everything was very, messed up after that. And I'm almost glad that the site ended up closing, because it was going to be very hard to disentangle what had happened with the war.
Right.
And, make everything okay afterwards. But...
Agreed.
Basically, yeah. Two of the packs were fighting, entered into a war, and for a really long time, Hesperia's, like, entire, like MO was, we are neutral ground. We will not choose sides in a fight. However, Bonnibel, I don't want to call her out, but she kind of caught feelings for the leader of one of the other packs.
Well, it was and the fact that the leader of... So the two packs who were in a war were Rolga was the jungle people, and then this other Arctic pack that came along later.
She didn't like Rolga, and she liked Barioth, and so she decided
She didn't not like Rolga, it was that...
Andromache.
The leader, Andromache, pissed her off. And so she was a petty bitch who also had feelings, and she shouldn't have done what she did, but she did anyway because flawed characters.
It happens. That's where all the fun stuff happens, though, is when your character does shit you're not expecting them to do. Yeah, sometimes I would sit there at the computer writing, and I would be like, my fingers are moving, like, apart from my own volition right now, essentially, because, like, sometimes as you're, like, crafting a post and you're actively trying to... At least this is how I would write. I would basically not... Sometimes I would go into a post kind of knowing what was going to happen, like having a rough idea of how I was going to respond. But sometimes while you're writing and you're, like, in the mind... Like, you're entering, like, the mindset of the character, you're realizing, like, actually they would feel this way. Or, like...
Yeah.
Actually, this would happen. And then, like, you kind of have to just let go of, like, what your envisioned, like, outcome is gonna be. Because there are a couple times when I expected Wisteria especially, I had, like, moments with her where I was like, okay, she's definitely gonna respond like this because I don't want there to be conflict. But then as I'm writing, I'm, like, getting madder and madder. I'm like, wait, no, she'd be pissed off.
Right. Like, wait a second.
Or, like, the opposite, even. There are a couple times where, I remember one time in particular, she had an opportunity to basically get revenge on something that another character had done to her. And she gave up the opportunity for revenge in order to avoid fighting because she had just recently had her children, and she decided that the kid, like, going home to the kids in one piece was going to be more important than basically getting into a unnecessary battle. So
right.
She decided to go home, and she felt, like, very defeated after that, but also like, hey, if I can avoid getting ripped to shreds for no reason and go home to take care of my family, then that's a win. She's beautiful. Absolutely. Yeah, this is Bonnibel, which is my friend Lutra's here's character. Also, Emerald Sun Disc, I'm sorry, we're talking about roleplay lore tonight. These are our roleplay characters. We were a member, for anyone who's just coming in recently, Llutra and I were members of a fantasy wolf roleplay website for 2 years. Mm-hmm. And this is basically, we're kind of talking about what happened to our characters during that time and, like, the evolution of, like, their stories, which is, it's just so fun to see, like, what happens over the course of 2 years.
Absolutely. Like, so much changes, and it's really kind of cool to, like,
It does.
see it evolve over
Oh,
time.
this is such a good piece. This was like all the leaders. You can't really see in the corner are two more of them. But these are like all the leaders of all the packs. So
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
Wisteria in the corner here. Cadwyn the spy is right behind her with the red eyes. And then behind him is Andromache, who was the leader of Vrolga, which was the enemy pack of Wisteria. And then let me make this smaller so y'all can see the other side. Then we have Oster with the big horns and Faust, who has the little blue eye here. And then in the front is Bonnibel here.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, I think that was a series of illustrations that we had done, or I had done, but we had kind of all collaborated on with ideas to like try and illustrate like different key points of the story we had all come up with so far.
Yeah, this was like right when a big like major plot event had happened. They were all like trying to work together in like an apocalypse situation, basically.
Yeah.
All right, so let me show you guys Tallulah then, because she's related to Bonnibel. Not literally, but they were kind of the co-leaders of Casfera.
Of Casfera, yeah.
So Tallulah, she was based on I based her on a collie. Basically, she was like a collie wolf. And she, my original concept with her was bar wench by day, like schoolmarm, or more like schoolmarm by day, bar wench by night, basically. Kind of like she was supposed to be like, how do I even describe it? Like the gal, like the gal everybody loves, you know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Friend to all the children, like popular with the men and the ladies. She ended up being more popular with the ladies.
She did. We didn't expect her to like.
She ended up being so gay. She was so bad at romance, though. She kept having the worst luck with romance, but
that didn't stop anybody.
No, it didn't stop anybody, least of all her. But yeah, she was a sweetheart. She was very religious and very much believed in the give and take like religion of Casfera, which what was it? Was it
there were
Mar?
two deities,
Mar
two deities
Tyr?
named Tyr and Mar, and Mar was like the representation of giving and charity, and she was the ocean, whereas Tyr was the land, and he was like revenge and owed debts, and like that concept of like taking what is yours, whereas Mar was like giving it back.
Was she like Marjorie? She was kind of like Marjorie, but more like less like more altruistic, I think. Like, she didn't really have ulterior motives. She was a very shrewd businesswoman, but she was also very generous. She was kind of like Rarity in that like vein, where like she took a lot of care in her work, but she was also more than willing to like give when she believed people needed or deserved it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So she originally, her mom ran like basically it was like a bar slash trading hub. And it was like the town watering hole and like the place where like secrets were shared and things like that. And she was also kind of like, I had this idea of like essentially that she like kind of knew everybody's shit. Like she was very much like sitting there like listening to everyone's like bullshit when they came to the bar, and so she
she had all the hot tea.
She had her finger like on the pulse of like what was going on in the pack and like elsewhere. Like if something happened, like Tallulah was on it. She had a lot going on. She was a very complex character, but very fun to play. Like I said, terrible at romance. She had a girlfriend for a little while, but like they never like became legitimate like girlfriends. They just like flirted a bunch,
burn romance.
And then Zahir, it was the name of this character. My friend Nika played her. Zahir was very emotionally closed off, and so ended up basically like rejecting Tallulah and running away because of fear of commitment. And then Tallulah got into like a semi-romance with like another character, but that character was very just drama kind of followed her everywhere she went, and
Yeah.
Tallulah was still very depressed from losing Zahair, so that was like not a very healthy relationship either. And she ended up becoming leader of Kespera for a while.
Yeah, because
that's where this picture
IRL,
comes
I had
from.
to take a break, so
Yeah,
I was
so
kind of like, "Hey, Puffin, fill in for me for a bit. I gotta go deal with that IRL shit."
yeah. But then like I don't know, she never wanted to be the leader of the pack, and she had a very hard time commanding leadership in the way that Bonnie did, because Bonnie just kind of like effortlessly rolled up and was like, "Hey, we're doing this," and everyone was just like, "Yeah."
Right.
Tallulah tried very hard. She was very more. Oh, Tigra! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How are you doing? What were you? Oh, were you streaming Persona? Alpha, you're penning my eyeball right now. Thank you. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, Persona 3. Let's go. I hope you had a good stream, Tigra. Well, folks, welcome on in. My name is Puffin Aardwolf. I'm a variety streamer. Tonight, we are having a little story time with my friend Llutra here.
Yeah.
We're talking about our Sparkle Dog roleplay experiences. And just kind of chatting. And also Lutra's drawing, although you can't really see.
Yeah,
I should show you guys what Lutra's been drawing here.
Oh,
Look at all
it's a
this.
mess.
Look at it. She has
It's
filled
a
this
mess.
canvas with so much stuff right now.
You can't leave me alone with an empty canvas.
I like the butt that you added a little space
ass.
onto. I love it. I hope you had a great stream, Tiger. Thank you again so much. From Sparkle Dogs to Wobble Dogs, a journey. It's the pipeline is more straightforward than you'd think.
Then you would think.
Also, Llutra, I should plug. Do you have your commissions open right now?
Oh, I do. Actually, especially right now.
Ooh,
Yes.
Yeah. Plug yourself. Wait.
Hang on. I'm getting that link.
Get that. I think you should be able to post the link.
Yeah.
Directly into the chat.
I'll just toss it up in Chitty Chat there. I do art of both anthros and normal animals. So,
Nice.
if you want a thing, I can draw a thing.
Llutra has drawn so much good art of mine. I will show you some more pieces. Also, Huge Squid, enjoy your time in gay baby jail. Like, Llutra drew this one for me. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. I'll show you. This one of Tallulah and her not girlfriend.
They're not girlfriend. They're totally not gay relationship.
Totally not gay at all. What else did you? Oh, you did this. This was one of my favorites.
Oh,
Such
yeah,
a
I
pretty
remember that one.
portrait. So pretty. Oh,
I think that
I
one's
love
like
Tallulah.
still one
Tallulah's
of
so
my
nice.
favorite painting examples.
My friend Marina designed Llutra, and all these designs are so nice. The only character that I designed myself was I designed Wisteria and I designed Aelita, who I haven't talked about yet.
Wait, did you
Those
say
are the only-
Marina designed me?
Designed me? No, I designed Wisteria, and Marina designed Tallulah. That's what I
Okay, you
meant.
said Marina designed Llutra, and I was like, wait a minute.
No, I meant Tallulah.
I didn't know Marina was my parent.
No. So many names I'm keeping straight in my head
There's
right
so many
now.
names.
So many dog names. But yeah, so Marina designed Tallulah, and that was this picture right here. And then a more polished up version of that here. Marina's art is so good too. But yeah, go commission Llutra. What else have you done for me? What other arts? You did,
I know I did, like, Alita's redesign.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot that I'd even redesigned her at the end there.
It was,
yeah, you
like,
also
a
did
very
this one with
minor
Cam.
redesign, though. Huh?
You did this one with Cam too.
Oh, I did do some cam art.
I had
When
a
Shiny,
little avatar
I
like
am
this.
not... I have an FA account, I'm not, like, on there super frequently. I might go back there at some point, but I don't know. I'm very bad at managing social media, so I try to
Same.
keep my reach small.
Same. I'm pretty much off FA. I tried to go back to it, and then I was like, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. Are you on DeviantArt still, though, or no?
Kind of. I'll like post there occasionally, and like if you message me on DeviantArt, I'll answer. But I'm not.
Okay.
DeviantArt's kind of dying a little bit.
I heard that. Also, Nick, thank you for gifting Lutra a sub. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Lutra's
You
the
were
best.
so kind.
All right, where were we? We're talking. Oh yeah, I was talking about Tallulah. So yeah, she was kind of like my bar wench, school marm character. Two other things about her that are important. The first is that I kind of talked about how the fact that she was like in charge of trade and stuff. So that was one thing that was important about her. She was very much in charge of like Kasfura's trading scene, and like it was very interesting because Kasfura had these two like it was a pirate pack, and like it was a pirate pack, but then it also was essentially like the hub of trade on the continent, which Tallulah was kind of less of a pirate, more of a businesswoman-y kind of person.
There was a bit of both,
so
for sure.
There was. I like that though, because she like ultimately Tallulah was still a pirate, and like when it came down to doing the pirate stuff, like she was on board. I remember
Literally.
she did. Well, she kind of did like the kiddie version of what was the holiday where they plundered everything?
Yeah, there was. So they had two holidays to kind of go along with their philosophy. So they had Mars Bounty, where they would open their pack territory up to everyone else on the continent to basically come over for free food and drinks and games. And then they had Tyr's Wake, where like it was like the blood moon of October or some shit. Where they would basically go around and like raid everybody and just take shit.
I was a little disappointed because there was so much turmoil happening constantly on the site that we never really got to do a legitimate Tyr's Wake, because
there was just always other shit.
Doing it would have started a war every single time. So
it would have.
We kind of had to do like baby version. I remember one of the first Tyr's Wake we went, and that was when we like fought the fake Kasfurans, right?
Yeah, there was a bunch of like, we made a bunch of like NPC pirates that
Sarah,
were like,
thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, Lutra.
welcome in. Oh, you're fine. Welcome in, raiders.
Welcome. What are you doing? What were you streaming tonight? Let's see. You were streaming. Oh, you're streaming Elden Ring. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
My fiance is playing that right now, and he loves it. I hope you're enjoying it yourself.
I've heard it's a fantastic game. I've heard it's also incredibly difficult.
Yeah, well, it's a Dark Souls game, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so welcome on in. My name's Puffin Aardwolf. I'm a variety streamer. I'm here with my friend Lutra here, and we're talking about roleplay stuff. We're talking about Sparklewolf roleplay experiences from days of yore. So pull up a chair, grab a cookie, and settle on in. I know I have to play Elden Ring. I know. Someday. Oh yeah, we were talking about Tyr's Wake and our inability to do it legitimately.
So I basically got messaged by, I forget who it was. It might have been the admin of the site. I can't remember, but they were like, "Hey, do we want to do like some NPCs they can raid instead of like starting another war because we're just coming out of one?" I was like, "That's valid." So we had like these NPC characters that had been impersonating Kasfura and like basically getting them blamed for a bunch of shit, and so that pissed Bonnie off, and we fucked him up real good.
Oh yeah, that was fun. It's always more fun to fight NPCs than other player characters.
Yeah, there's a lot less drama attached.
Less stressful, how about that? Less stressful.
It's safer. It's much safer.
Because I always enjoyed playing the NPCs, that was fun.
Yeah. No, playing the NPCs was always a hoot, because you got to make up like dumb names for them and like all this inconsequential shit.
I almost completely forgot about Orion. All your babies! All of your baby characters. You have so many babies.
I had a lot of babies.
You literally have so many babies. You have 4 whole babies. How many babies do I have? I only have 2 babies.
Do I have 4 babies?
2 babies?
I guess if you count Larkspur. Because otherwise I would have 3 babies. Okay, yeah, if you count Larkspur,
I count
then
Larkspur.
4, but I never actually played Larkspur. That was a whole thing that we don't need to get into on stream.
Basically, just when I do want to talk about some of the like mechanics of roleplay sites though, because I think that's interesting to some people. So,
absolutely.
Basically, how it worked on this website is the following: if your character was gonna have a baby, some site. Okay, this is like a whole thing. Let me sit up in my chair.
All right, if you guys remember the giant statue from Wobble Dogs.
So, when two wolves love each other very much. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, on some sites, breeding is restricted. So, like, if you want your character to have a kid, if your character and somebody else's character are in love and you decide you want to start a family, then on some sites you have to wait for either a breeding season to happen or you have to wait for like breeding to be open, because they restrict it sometimes because occasionally people like to have a lot of babies and the site kind of gets over flooded with babies, and then there's more babies than can be reasonably played by number of players on the site. Basically, you want to prevent overpopulation of babies from happening, because you want to try and ensure that the babies will have players and not just fall into like the hole of being an unplayed baby. If that makes sense. Because you can have like NPC kids, but like that's frowned upon unless it's like a last case scenario, essentially. For the most part, if you're having a kid on a roleplay site, it's so that people will actually play them and interact with you.
Right.
And you can play your own kids too. It's a little complicated if you're role-playing with yourself, but that's most of the time there's multiple kids in a litter, so you don't necessarily have to deal with like directly one-on-one. Like if you were like a single mom wolf and you were playing your own kid, that might get a little complicated. But anyway, I'm over explaining. So on our site we did not have restricted breeding, so you could kind of have babies whenever you wanted. When you wanted to have a baby, what you would do is you would... This bothered me to no end. This was like one of my biggest pet peeves. There was no standardized pregnancy length for the wolves on our site. So some people were having babies in like a month. Some people were having babies in like 3 months. Like, no one could agree on like the gestation period. So I think most folks waited about a month. I remember Rosita had a longer pregnancy.
Well, because I did exactly 63 days, which is the gestation of a dog.
I think we explained away some of it with magic, which like you can kind of do on these types of sites.
Yeah.
But, so basically you say, hey, we're gonna have a baby in X number of days. This is the date where they're gonna be born. Who wants one? And then there's a couple of different ways you can do it. You can either like, some people like made designs to adopt out. Some people would let folks create their own based on the designs of the adults, like as long as you like kept some of the traits of the parents, like you kind of do whatever you wanted. Some people had applications, some people were just kind of like first come, first serve, etc. So you could kind of, there was freedom to do it kind of however you wanted. That was one of the good things about the site we were on. There was a lot of freedom of, like there was not a ton of rules dictating what you could and could not do. At least not like outright rules, which allowed for a lot of interesting mechanics, such as a very elaborate crafting system, wolves with boats, wolves with castles, wolves with giant stone walls, wolves with writing, basically like chapter books and like, you know, we had like wolf ghostwriters. We had wolf romance novelists. We had
I mean, Orion had a whole ass sword.
A sword? Yeah, we had sword. We had armor pieces. We had, what else did we have? All kinds of stuff. The ships were pretty crazy.
Yeah, the ships were wild. We had like Roga wound up building like a last like Great Wall of China.
Yeah, Asadia had one too, though it was less iconic.
Yeah.
Ours came after. Also, hi Zal, welcome on in. These are all of Llutra's characters you see on this screen right now.
All of my roleplay characters.
Where was I going with this? I had a point to my baby talk.
We were talking about, like...
It was because of Larkspur, because it was basically just like, if your character, like, let's say your character had a baby, and someone was like, I'll roleplay it, and then like 3 months later, they're like, they fall off the face of the earth, because that just happens in roleplay sites. Something you have to get used to is just like, people will just disappear sometimes without a trace and never come back. And then you kind of have to like figure out how you're gonna play like the disappearance of the character.
Right.
So there's a couple of things you could have done. Technically, after 30 days of inactivity, you were allowed to take that character back and put it up for adoption again.
Yeah.
Or you could basically just say the kid was missing or that it died or whatever you wanted to do to progress the plot. So Larkspur was one of those types of characters where I think they got adopted out. Oh, wait, was this Walmart Fraz's character?
Yeah, that's what I was like, this went deeper than just someone disappearing. This is...
Can I quickly...
No, go for it. Yeah, if you think it'll be alright. I just didn't want to lie.
I think it
you know
will.
What? Screw it. Public call out. They stole my art. I don't care about
calling out this bullshit person who impersonated me. I want to drag their ass. I was so mad that I didn't get to drag them more on the site. This is a side of me that y'all don't usually get to see. My vindictive side.
God.
But, so I'm gonna try and tell this as briefly as possible. I think I've talked about this a little bit on stream before. But we'll, here, I'll switch back to the art so you guys have something to look at while I'm ranting. There you go. Here, I'll even try to draw something too. But, so, long story short, our friend Intricate, who I mentioned before as one of the owners of one of the other characters, came to me, like, messaged me one day out of the blue. This was after a year and a half of being on the site, and, like, I was staff at that point. I was pretty well known in the community, like, at least in our little circle, because, like, I had been on the first site and had a decent reputation as just, like, being a trustworthy role player, essentially. And, so... So I get a message from Intri, and Intri's like, hey, Fraz, you've never, like, stolen art before or, like, gotten yourself banned on other Wolf roleplay websites, have you? And I was like, no? Like, where is this question coming from? What would give you that idea? And she was like, well, I got called into a message earlier this week with some of the mods from some other Wolf roleplay sites. And there's like a whole community out there of these sites. I'm not sure how many there are out there anymore. There were tons more probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I think it's kind of dying out now. There's not as many out there. But anyway, they had all called everyone together because apparently somebody was impersonating me, and causing all kinds of problems on other sites under my name. Like art theft, character theft, plagiarism, improperly like interacting with like minors, which was so like I was just like, no, you know, that makes me sick to my stomach to think about. I would never. And they were like, but the name's Fraz, and like how many people have that name? That's just like not a common name. So they were really skeptical about it not being me. They thought it was me and that I was just lying. But Intri, of course, was like, I've known you for almost 2 years now. I trust you. I don't think this is something you would do just based on like principle. But I wanted to ask and I wanted to verify. So I was like, okay, I would like to, if they'll allow me to, I'd like to be added to this group so I can talk to everyone and we can sort this out. So Intri added me to the group and then we started to have a conversation. It very quickly became abundantly apparent that I was not the same person as this other person at all, because I talked differently and my whole demeanor was different. They were like, okay, but like, why are they using your name? Like, where did this come from? Because again, Fraz is not a very common name out there, especially not in the world of Wolf roleplay. Well, we went into dig mode. I went into fucking Scooby-Doo mode on this shit. I was like, I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on. and who this person is, because I have a feeling that
like the
they know
red
me.
string and the Polaroids came out, y'all. I have
was
no idea.
This was like a week of my life, Lutra. You don't even understand. Like, I was like searching IP addresses. I was like getting our site admin to like double check like different like cross-reference like emails on different accounts. Like I was thick in it, and it ended up going so much deeper than I thought it would. What it turned out is that this person had met me way back in 2013, on the first iteration of the site that we were all on. The site's name was Acrasia. And so that site, there was a version 1 of that site that happened in like 2013, 2015, and then there was the second version of the site, which is where Lutra and I had all these characters we've been talking about. So anyway, they met me on that first iteration of the site way back in fucking 2013. I was like an undergrad in college at the time, and like it was just like so far in the past. We had known each other back then, and we're pals. That was the worst part. We were like friends back then. And like I thought they were a decent person. Like we had threads together, we like plotted our characters together. I thought I knew them. And then apparently once that site closed, they took my identity and they took some of the characters, they didn't steal any of my characters, but they stole some of our friends' characters, and they went to other sites, and then they did all this heinous bullshit. Like art theft and being inappropriate with people and ban evasions, getting like into trouble with the mods and stuff. And so my name was blacklisted on all these sites I had never even been a part of. And so I was just like, my gosh, I'm so glad we got this figured out now. Because like, imagine if I had gone to one of these sites and tried to apply, and they were just like, no, fuck you, you're banned for all eternity. And I'm just like, what? I've never done anything in my life. So ultimately, we called them Walmart Fraz because they were like the generic version of me. And
and I got roped into this because I had, Rosita had her litter. Yeah. Rosita had her litter. She had twins. Someone had wanted to play the first twin, and the second twin, well, not even that. I didn't even plan for her to have twins. She had one puppy. I only wanted one puppy. And I had someone to play that puppy, and then Walmart Fraz comes to me and is like, hey, I'm really sad. I really want a puppy. And I was like, you know what? You've been active. I'm doing some commission work for you. I'll design you.
Pay for.
Yeah, no, she never did wind up paying me for that. She wound up stealing like fucking $100 worth of art from me.
God. So mad.
And I was like, you know what? I'll design you this puppy, and you can play it because I'm a nice person.
Yeah,
I like to think.
You're super nice.
And so, not only does she like never actually play this puppy, I start hearing about this puppy, which it's like not wrong to take your characters elsewhere, but it's like she clearly just, in retrospect, she just took advantage of me to get a free design. And to get free art on top of, later never paying for the art that at the time I had been. So I used to be much more lax. Because now I require at least like half up front for orders over a certain amount of money.
Which you should.
Yeah, but I used to be like really lax, like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, and so like Puffin messages me out of nowhere one day. He's like, hey, I know you had done like some character trades with Aerie, like what's going on? I'm like, oh yeah, not anymore. That bitch stole $100 from me. And all of a sudden I just see like, if you can see someone's mind explode over Discord, that's what happened. Like, all of a sudden, I'm, like, at work, and all of a sudden my phone is being blown up with this, like, entire ass, like... I don't want to say conspiracy theory, because it was all 100% true.
It was true.
But, like, it was so wild at the time.
Stranger than fiction.
This person's kind of getting on my nerves, too. Yeah, I'm not dealing with this person anymore, to, like, this is a horrible person. So fast. Like, it was so weird.
If you're out there, Walmart Fraz, you better be scared.
So, I never, like... It's such a hard thing to police, because they'd also purchased art of the puppy, of Larkspur, from other artists, and I did contact those artists. I did contact those artists, and I did verify at least some of it.
Okay, so some of it had been paid for, but not all of it.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
I didn't want to just give this person this design, but there's no real, like, anyone who's worked with, like, adoptables, like, purchasing of characters knows there's no real rules about that. It's all very self-governed, so...
Yeah.
I hated it because she was such a good design, and she never actually got played. She got a story. So it's like, do I get to keep her? Like, is she just mine now? I would like her back. But, I don't know.
It's messy. It's so messy. I'm sorry that happened, though. Especially the art theft stuff. Like, everything else, I mean, obviously none of the other stuff is okay. But, like, in the end, we got, like, the mistaken identity situation figured out and, like, resolved. But, like, you never got your money, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that just,
no, I never got
so
my money back. And especially from someone who I'd, like, done free art for before, you know?
And someone who I thought was my friend from how many years ago. That's like,
oh, yeah.
That was what blindsided me the most. I was like, we were chill. Why did you do this to me? What in the world?
Yeah, like, no, it was just so weird.
How dare you?
And they just went from being so friendly to just being, like, unresponsive and very short and, like, led me on for ages about getting paid because I'd, like, contact them and they'd respond, like, 6 months later and be like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'll pay you, and then I'd never again, you know? Because I tried to be forgiving, because, like, I understand shit happened. And, like, art is a luxury. If someone has to choose paying me for a commission and putting food on the table, like, put food on the table first. Yeah, but at the same time...
You gotta take that money up front, though, because unless you really trust the person, like, you know, obviously I have some repeat clients that I trust a ton that I'm just like, pay me later. You know, I know you're good for it. But if it's a new person, I'm sorry, I gotta get that money up front.
No,
I used to be that person who would ask to be paid afterwards. And it only takes 1 or 2 bad experiences to be like, nope, I'm sorry, you gotta pay for that shit first. Like, I'll let you sit on my wait list however long you need, but I'm not gonna get started until you've paid me.
Absolutely. No, and that was a lesson me, too.
Yeah.
Because, like, I used to, you know, I really want to think the best of people, but unfortunately, some people are just shitty.
And people don't deserve that. Also, real quick, let's see. Ringleader and X-Car, good to see you. Welcome on in. And Fergie made a comment that I wanted to address earlier.
Oh, yes.
It says, it sounds so strange to me where everything has rules and regulations. This is in reference to, like, the site, like, Acrasia. Where I'm used to where people telling the story worked out the details. It mostly works like that. However, you will find, I don't know how used you are Fergie 2 forum-based play-by-post roleplay. There are and there kind of have to be rules on these sites, especially when it comes. Oh, wait a minute! Now we just had a raid. Hold on 1 sec. Let me finish that thought in a minute. Somebody raids tonight.
Welcome, raiders.
Thank you so much, Dark Spide, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. What were you playing tonight? How was your stream? Here, let me give you a shouty outy real quick. You were playing... Oh, you're playing Hi-Fi Rush. I've seen so many people playing that recently. It's like a rhythm-based, like, shoot 'em up, I think? Question mark?
Fun.
Beat 'em up? Is it fun? I've heard I really want to check it out for myself. I hope you had a fantastic stream, and thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Rhythm Bayonetta. Okay, that's a good way of putting it.
Nice.
Well, welcome on
I love
in.
that.
I'm here with my friend Lutra. Here, let me give you another shout out real quick, Lutra.
Oh.
We are talking about our roleplay experiences tonight. We are both wolf roleplayers who met on a wolf roleplay forum, and we're talking about some of that right now. I don't know if Fergie's still here to hear this explanation of the rules and stuff, but it does have to be like... Oh, also, I'm getting a little feedback from your mic right now, Lutra, I think.
Ooh.
I hear my own voice.
Is this better?
Test. Yeah, I think so.
Testing 1, 2.
I think we good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know if it gets screwy again. A lot of
No
it's my
problem.
fault, because I just tend to, like, move away from the mic.
Oh no, you're fine. So yeah, so there are some rules. Acrasia did not have a ton of rules, and that was part of the reason why I think a lot of us really liked it, because there was a lot of freedom with what you could do with your character. Things like crafting and stuff didn't really have like hard and fast rules to them. There were some guidelines such as just like a rough outline of like, and like a lot of this, I will say also, Fergie, a lot of these guidelines were not even necessarily in the site rulebook, but just stuff agreed upon by us players to add like a little bit of structure into it. Because to a sense, it's kind of weird when you think about like a fantasy. I love Lutra's hair, says Dark Spine. She's fabulous. Look at her.
It's not a phase.
It's not a phase, Mom.
It's who I am.
It's like hard to like describe wanting to try and add some level of structure to a fantasy roleplay, a magic-based roleplay. But you know, like the line you draw when watching a movie where you're like, I can suspend my disbelief for some things, but not all things. Right? Mm-hmm. Like there has to be some level of logic to the situation that everyone is abiding by. So like, for example, we had to have like conversations about like how long does it take characters to reasonably cross territories?
Because
timeline-wise, sometimes it wouldn't necessarily make sense. How could your character be here and then 2 hours later be like 7 territories away for a thread like that same day? There had to sort of be these structural like agreements that we made as a player base to make sure that the roleplay made sense. And there were a lot of creative ways we could explain away inconsistencies. Magic, of course, was a big one. Like you just be like, yeah, magic made it. So
yeah.
But
magic saved so many assets.
Fairness was also a big issue. That I think most of the rules were in place specifically to ensure fairness, because in a roleplay like the ones we were doing, there is this element of like your character can get things sometimes to have an advantage over certain characters and things like combat, or you know, we weren't necessarily like when you entered into combat, it wasn't necessarily like, okay, we're going to talk about this beforehand. We're going to determine that you're going to be the winner, and then what happens afterwards is going to be this. It was more like, we're going to see who wins this conflict, or this combat situation. Also, I'm getting the feedback again, Lutra.
I don't know what's happening!
It's okay. It's like, wow, I can hear myself. But yeah, it's
so
like,
weird.
You didn't necessarily know what was going to happen in every interaction, and there was no way of really planning out beforehand what was
a lot of it was
going
based
to necessarily
on, like,
happen.
Dice rolls, similar to what you would do in like, it was like a less structured D&D type game. Yeah.
Think like halfway between collaborative storytelling and a Dungeons and Dragons game, because you're not fully 100% in control of what's going to happen to your character next. You can control some things, but not everything. And like, in some forms of roleplay, I've roleplayed many different forms of roleplay throughout my life. In some forms of roleplay, you do know what's going to happen to your character next. You have an endpoint in mind when you start the roleplay. You know what's eventually going to happen. But on Acrasia, there was an element of unknown that was at times exciting and at times incredibly stressful. Most of the time, kind of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both, a lot.
A little bit of both, yeah. But I will say that Acrasia did not have as strict of rules as some sites. I was on a site very briefly where they had so many rules, and I ended up just getting kind of overwhelmed by the level of rules that they had. And they also had a system where your character could like die, get maimed, get, you know, permanent damage done to them, etc., etc.
Like, all against your will.
All against your will. You could not opt out of it. And I think that there are some people out there who that's fun for, and more power to you if you're that kind of person. But to me, I would rather choose when my character dies.
Yeah.
When they come to a resolution of their story, or when I'm ready to let them go. Even with scarring and things like that, like sometimes I think you need to have more control over like what happens to your character, and sometimes you need less control. It's complicated. And there's a lot of different ways to roleplay, and there's a lot of different sites out there that cater to different, you know, groups of folks who feel differently about that topic. Some people, like I said, some people like completely not having the reins and just being like, whatever happens, my character happens. I'll work with it. That's more of the D&D style, you know? Like, ultimately, in D&D, your character could die anytime they go into combat. Sometimes it's more or less likely that it'll happen, but technically they could at any time. You just have to be okay with that.
Right,
But some DMs will make that more or less of a possibility, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So.
it kind of boils down to, like, what kind of story do you want to tell? Like, I liked when there was some rule, because to me it just gave structure. Like, it's different doing, like, one-on-one play where you're just hanging out with one person versus telling an entire multiple storytellers at once.
Lucia,
Like,
you're cutting out a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. So it's a lot of it. I'll kind of rephrase what I said too. A lot of it just comes from the sheer volume of players on these sites. Like, it's giving some structure to it eases a lot of drama in the long run when you're dealing with like 30 people all role-playing one singular canon storyline at once versus just like 2 people hanging out and just kind of doing one-on-one roleplay with each other. Both are totally valid, but it's a little different. Yeah, like the mechanics are.
I think it's also even less so necessarily the amount of people and the fact that, more so the fact that we're trying to reconcile one canon timeline that all characters are a part of.
Yeah, exactly.
So like events affect everyone in this roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as opposed to like, I've done some roleplay before where like, yeah, it's a site or like a platform where a lot of roleplays are happening at one time, but they're kind of distinct scenes happening in the same space versus like on Acrasia, a lot of times even semi like inconsequential roleplays will eventually come back. It's like how, okay, have you ever watched like Steven Universe or like a show like that, and like episodes that you didn't think were going to be important later on suddenly just like show up later on, and it's like, wow, that was super
like,
important.
Suddenly, yeah,
that was so important to the canon timeline. It's like, that's like basically what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're just like, damn, I didn't think that would be important later on, but I guess it was. So that's why you have to make sure everything kind of fits together puzzle-wise, like Tetris-wise. Also, hi, Corsair! Kara, good to see you.
Hey, Kara!
I'm trying to draw a little cam over here. And Shooter, good to see you too. Welcome on in.
John, Rosita over here.
Yeah, because I know Fergie is also a roleplay veteran of many more years than I am. But I hope that makes a little bit more sense about why there are so many perceived rules. You're also like agreeing to abide these rules when you sign up for the site, and like I've just been doing this style of roleplay for so long, it just is second nature to me to accept them.
It's natural. Yeah.
I almost find sometimes that roleplay without rules is too unrestricted for me. I'm looking for more structure.
Valid. And that's kind of the beauty of roleplay, like for any chat members who are like looking, like I was in, you know, Braz is out here like I've been doing this for a decade, and I'm like, I'll do. But it's really like whatever kind of writing you possibly want to do or story you could want to tell. I guarantee you there's a roleplay community out there.
Mm-hmm.
And like, even if there's not, it's not terribly difficult to throw one together with like next to nothing. Like, you don't need to know how to code to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just kind of like, I mean, I know a lot of sites these days are just Discord forums, basically.
Yeah, I was on one of those as well.
Yeah.
And there's merits to that kind of community as well.
Oh, absolutely.
I personally prefer the website a little bit more, but I'm learning to adapt because websites are kind of a dying breed now.
Mm-hmm.
There's so few of them. I was like just looking around to see like, okay, what sites are still up? And it's not many.
No.
Not even as many as there were like 2 or 3 years ago when we were on Acrasia.
Really?
Also, hi Signal, excuse me. Fergie says, it does part of this roleplay structure is that you're in a single combined world. Yeah, exactly. We are in like a canon universe that we are kind of acting on and upon.
Yeah.
Exacting our will upon. We never talked about, we never
Who did
talked about Tavo.
Tavo, we didn't talk about my duck boy. We also didn't talk about Rathke. I
Or
feel
Rathke.
like
I always forget that Rathke. I've only roleplayed with him like twice.
yeah, none of your characters ever interacted with Rathke.
No, that's a lie. Tallulah interacted with him during the Kesfera thread where we did some like minor diplomacy.
That's right. I forgot about that.
It was like one time.
Who should I talk about first?
You can talk about Rathke first. I kind of have overlap with Vrolga and Barioth with Aelita.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So let me switch this over so they can see your naked man.
The naked man. Rathke was my
naked man.
So Rathke was actually my first ever roleplay character because he started on the website where Fraz and I met, and I wound up bringing him over to Acrasia, the new site. His whole thing was that he was born into a very like, almost like monk, very like warrior nomad type tribe. And so like all of these big buff dudes, and you know, as a kid he was very much like the haddock of the group.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like he's got back problems, he's only like pounds, he's hairless for the most part, except for like his little mane and tail, and he's also like really vain, not really a violent guy, you know. More just wants to like sit down and judge people. Picture like if Tyrion Lannister and the Lion King had a baby.
I always imagined him kind of like Tyrion. Also, hi, Baki, thank you so much for the sub.
He always sounded like Peter Dinklage in my head.
He did. He kind of did.
He did. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
So he wound up joining the Jungle Pack, and yeah, he was basically like I wound up giving him some combat abilities later on, but for the most part he was very much like this tactician character. Like he was always working behind the scenes to kind of, you know, better the situation for Pack, because he wound up being very close friends with I think all 3 of the leaders that Vrolga went through during its timeline while we played. So he was a really interesting character to play because like he knew he would lose any fight that he got picked on. And so you had like all of these, you know, strong warrior characters, and there was a lot of fights breaking out and all of this stuff, and Rathke just couldn't play that angle. And so he was always kind of like conniving, and he was challenging to play because like if I want to play a hyper intelligent conniving strategist, that means I have to be smart, and that is very hard to be sometimes.
Oh my, the amount of shit that I had to Google for the stupid fucking roleplay, Lutra.
Oh my god, same. I mean,
Especially
all of Rosita's shit I had to Google.
Oh my god,
I don't know plants.
Tallulah's, every time I had a thread with her, I was just like, how do you blow glass? How do you weave textiles? How do you literally like mix ceramics? Like, I'm trying to figure out how the hell she would do all this stuff.
Oh my god, I feel it. Yeah,
that was part of the fun of it, though.
He did wind up falling in love a character from Kesfera. They were wonderful together. I love Charlie and Rathke. They're so funny.
Yeah. We still have
Charlie was like this, like salt of the earth, like suave douchebag pirate man, and he just fell head over heels with my sarcastic ass.
They're
naked.
Adorable.
I love them. But yeah, Ravki is still, like, to this day, is so near and dear to my fucking heart. Like, I don't know. It's when you have a character like that for so long. Whoa! Whoa!
What?
Oh, the canvas. Yeah, it's fine. The canvas, like, refreshed. And it...
Oh, uh-oh. I still see you.
Yeah, it came back. It just scared me for a second. Sorry. Didn't mean to raise false alarm.
No. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's happening?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I feel that. I definitely have formed very strong attachment. I mean, when you are actively writing a character for like 2+ years, I mean, for the original Craziest site, it was even a little longer than that. I was role-playing on that site for about 3 years, and I'm still very attached to the characters from that original site. I think I very much grew as a storyteller and a character writer between the sites, and I can kind of, like, I think my more recent characters are better written.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
Are less Mary Sue-ish. At least, like, were executed in a less Mary Sue-ish way. If that makes sense, because like on paper, like some of my characters do seem like, as I'm describing like Tallulah, I'm like, man, she seems like a total Mary Sue, but she ultimately ended up being a very flawed and real character, I think.
Yeah,
Same
she
with
never
Wisteria.
came across as Mary Sue.
Yeah, I tried to very much give my characters like realistic human, haha, these are wolves, human quote unquote.
Relatable
flaws, yeah, relatable flaws that were not just like her flaw is that she tries too hard and that she's too perfect and that everyone loves her too much. Because like that's not good writing.
No, it's not, and it's always like nice when you're first starting writing. When you first start to roleplay, like you want your character to be liked, and you have your favorite characters in books. Want your character to be that, but in reality, like you learn pretty quickly that like a lot of the fun of this kind of thing comes from the conflict and the growth and all of that, and you cannot have growth character development without flaws, and a character that doesn't develop and change over time is very stale very fast.
I agree.
Like, they're just not fun to write, you know.
They're not, and it's more fun to, I mean, there's a balance, I think, and there's a lot of discourse out there about character writing and what should and should not go into a character, and I have a couple of thoughts about that as, like, an adult, like an older adult now who's, like, been in the roleplay game for a long time.
Yeah.
I think, so, I have two thoughts on this.
Okay.
I believe that you can design your character to be however the hell you want them to be. You can design them to be a Mary Sue if you want to give your character a unicorn rainbow tail and a I don't know, and every power under God, and you know, make it so all the men and the ladies and everybody falls in love with them, and I don't know, all these things. You are well within your right to do so. However, slight caveat, those characters are quite difficult to roleplay with. And not everyone will react well to, what do they call them now? Pick-me?
Pick-me girls? Yeah.
They call them pick-me girls. Not everyone reacts very well to a pick-me girl, just like in real life, not everybody responds well to a pick-me girl. So the only caveat is that you can make your character be whatever you want it to be. I think you should. But,
and, like, you should not shit on other people for how they play their characters.
Absolutely not. But in character, you may encounter folks who do not react well to your character being vain or, I don't know, too
pushy
perfect
or desperate,
or desperate. Yeah, exactly. The Despies.
The Despies.
Going back
the other
to
thing is, it's like you're gonna set yourself up for disappointment if you focus too much on how your character is perceived by other characters, because you're not writing those other characters.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the best writing I've ever done was, you know, Wisteria grappling with this guilt over, how she acted in a situation where she ultimately was in the right, but was basically gaslighted into believing that she was wrong.
Right, exactly.
Which affected her for the entire rest of her life, basically. Or, I don't know, or Tallulah having to come to terms with, like, her anger over the death of one of her children, essentially, and she blamed Bonnibel for it, but she had to forgive Bonnibel because Bonnibel was, like, the only family she had left.
Right,
and
exactly.
Kind of get over that blame while still, like, having not fully, like, what is it called? Like internalized
like,
it or, like,
healed
gotten over
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, having to quickly move on from things because you just have to survive in that kind of environment. So, just a lot of, like, interesting character scenarios that you put your characters into, and if you're trying to play a character that's too anything, really,
yeah,
it becomes kind of, as Fergie's saying, it gets quite boring for both. I think for both the player and for roleplay partners.
Yeah,
it's a balance, but it also takes a lot of practice as well. So, like, the first character I ever made, God, like, especially if you look way back to my beginnings of roleplay, my first ever character that I ever roleplayed on a site her name was Amber. She was a gray wolf. Her eyes changed color with her emotions.
Love it.
She could also control the weather with her emotions.
Ooh, that could actually be a fun mechanic, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It was fun, but it was very pick-me. It was very like,
yeah.
Oh, I'm sad right now. It's gonna start raining. Oh.
No, that's fair. That's fair. It's all in the execution.
Also, here, do you want to talk about your baby boy Tavo?
My baby boy Tavo, he never got the story I wanted him to have.
He didn't.
Maybe I'll bring him back. But he was like this, like the kid born in the ambitious family who just never wanted anything more than the simple life. He was a duck farmer. The pack he was in was a very northern pack, and they farmed eider ducks for meat and for eggs and for textiles, because the down from eider ducks can actually be used to make, like, blankets and stuff. And so he was just this simple, sweet duck boy who he didn't want adventures. He didn't want any part of the chaos. All he cared about was his ducks. I had actually a list of ducks that he had named. I don't think many of them ever got named, like, in canon.
Queenie was one of them, right?
Queenie was one of them. Queenie was very fat and had a rivalry with one of Puffin's characters.
Yeah, Eileen and Queenie had big beef.
Excuse me. Don't mind me. It's fine.
Right there.
Yeah, it's fine. I also never got to pull out Ryan Gosling, but there was definitely a goose named Ryan Gosling.
Absolutely.
It was canon in my heart. Even if it was not
it's still canon
on the site.
Tavo was such an egg. I remember we had one thread where my character Aelita, who we'll talk about in a bit, this character and another character from the same pack all went on a little boat trip to, like, Hesphera to grab supplies. There was, like, a little trade expedition.
Yeah.
And Aelita's like, okay, we have X amount of money from, like, the pack leadership that gave us, because, like, we had a whole currency. Like I said, all of the mechanics we had for this site were pretty elaborate. We had, like, our own currency set up. So they were like, anyway, we brought our money. We're gonna do trading. We're gonna get X, Y, and Z supplies, and we're gonna go home. And Aelita was like, she turns around, goes to, like, buy something. She comes back. And Tavo had bought another bird, and she's like, did you just spend our money on another bird?
And it was funny because,
yes. It was like a sick bird too.
It was, yeah. It was what did I name her? I think I named her Dusty, and she was a mandarin duck hen.
Oh,
if anyone wants to, like, look what those are, but I just, like, yeah, he had this whole ass really important things to buy, and he got fucking
All the
ASPCA'd
money,
by this
in
duck.
the arms of the
The angels. Like, this man cannot be trusted. Like, he will make you hot chocolate and welcome you to his cabin, but do not give him money in a place that might be selling sad birds.
Also, hi Jacques, how are you? Yeah, he was so funny. He was such a sweetie too.
I loved him, and I always wanted him to, like, get a chance to kind of, like, come out of his shell, so to speak, you know, like, get out of his comfort zone, and he just never did get that chance.
It was kind of tough because Barioth had, well, I really wanted to keep, I struggled a lot because I wanted to keep Aelita in Barioth for longer, but
Barioth had some activity issues.
Barioth had some activity issues. I was being encouraged by some of my other friends to put a character in this other pack, Frolga, because I had never had a character in that pack before. And that's like kind of where all the activity was at for a little while. Like the activity ball kind of bounced around from pack to pack. Athadia had it for a long time while the like major like insurrection plot was happening. And then Rolga got it for like a while because there was a lot of drama happening with the leadership of that pack too. I don't even touch that drama with a 10-foot pole. It was a lot.
There was always drama happening in
there was just like there was like a thruple gone wrong situation that ended poorly. So anyway, I was trying to follow the activity essentially. So I brought my character Aelita over, but then there were a lot of things that I didn't get to resolve with her in Barioth. Like I wanted her and Tava would be friends because I thought that they'd be good foils for each other.
I think they would have too, and they just never really got.
Yeah, she had like 2 threads with him, and they were both very like negative. The duck thread was very funny. The one where she got turned into a duck, and then he started shit talking her. As much as Tavo can shit talk somebody, he was shit talking her.
He really can't. His shit talk is just like, I'm sorry to say this to myself, but she's really, and excuse my language, she's just not very nice.
She's not
like,
a very nice person.
That's Tavo's shit talking.
So this was Aelita, my other. I think this was the last character I had on the site. Yeah, because we talked about Wisteria, Tallulah, and Camellia. And then I had this one. So this was Aelita. So, but in order for me to talk about Aelita, I need to talk about Aelita's grandmommy. So, back on the original Acrasia website, I played this character. And as you can see from this long-ass nonsense I have on here of her, she had a lot of history. I have not updated all the other pages, all the other roleplay pages that I have. But Ayesta has so much. But this was one of the ones that I roleplayed for like 3 years. She was my first ever Fantasy Wolf character on that first site, and she also went through a lot of stuff. Again, I look back on her and I'm like, I probably could have roleplayed her a little bit differently, but this was her little reference sheet. She had a scar on the middle of her forehead from magic-related nonsense, and she was a pack leader as well. Her whole shtick was like, she wasn't so back then they had like these like bloodline types where like there were like ground wolves, there were water wolves, there were like flying wolves, there were, I don't know, leaf type wolves, like that kind of stuff. So she was a water wolf, but she was definitely afraid of water. And she was just a very anxious character, and part of her character arc was overcoming this anxiety and also overcoming her fear of water, which was very directly tied to her inability to kind of come to terms with the death of her mother as a child. Her mom drowned trying to save her, and she kind of like internalized a lot of guilt over it, and it kind of manifested in a fear of the ocean and a fear of water. So over time, she like overcame that fear, came to terms with her mother's passing, and kind of grew a backbone a little bit and became a pretty strong character. Not as strong as Wisteria, but pretty damn strong. Then I was like, okay, I don't want to bring her back because she's dead now canonically, because it's been however many years in character. Some folks decide they didn't care about that. I'm very much like a stickler for timelines, so I'm like, okay, if my character should be dead by now, she's dead. But I can bring on her granddaughter, so Aelita was her granddaughter. And I designed her myself. So Llutra helped out with this redesign, which I like much better. The braided tail is everything, I love it.
I love the braided tail. I think that was your idea.
The braided tail is nice. I just wanted to make, for some reason I was really into long-haired characters this time around. I wanted long-haired characters. I think Wisteria has long hair too. They all had long hair. Everybody had long hair this time. So my Aelita's personality was basically tsundere the character.
She was.
She was very bristly. She was very
not like she likes you, Baka.
Yeah, she very much had that personality where she's just like, get the fuck away from me. Like, who said you could be near me? But then when you go to leave, you're like, she's like, why are you leaving? Come back. No, talk me, I'm angry. Like, but actually don't go. So she struggled a little bit to form relationships because of that kind of prickly exterior, but she was very, very, very determined. She was like not a very strong character power-wise, but personality-wise, she was probably my strongest
She made
character.
up for it with personality.
She was very much like, fuck you, I'm gonna do this, and if I can't do it, then I'll just keep trying until I finally fucking do it. Like, she'll never give up. She was like very much like an I'll never give up character. And she just had like a lot of like, she wanted to prove herself so bad. That was like part of her whole character arc, was wanting to prove herself enough so that she could go home and regain her status as a pack member in her home pack. But at some point she essentially gave up on that dream halfway through playing her and just accepted that she needed to make a new life for herself. And at that point, I think was when she really started to like kind of accept people as friends more, because she stopped viewing all these relationships as temporary, passing, like, I'm gonna go home anyway, so I don't need you guys. And started viewing it more as, okay, well, I think I might be here forever now, so I gotta actually start making friendships. But yeah, she was pals with Tavo. She didn't really get to interact much with Rathke because he was like in and out of sickness that whole time, I think. That was like part of the time when he wasn't really like being active on the site.
Yeah, he was sick for a while, and then that was kind of like, later I kind of transitioned to that into like, he had this religious experience, and that's what led him to get his powers.
Oh, was that later? Because I don't even think I remembered that part.
Yeah, when he came out of illness, he had basically like a vision from the Vulcan deity, and what had started off as like this fever that had been being treated while he was in a medical coma turned into the heat-related abilities that he later got, because he could essentially raise his body temperature to where he wouldn't be on fire or anything like that, but he would like burn to the touch, or he would scorch things that he touched, or things like that, you know?
He'd be toasty, a little toasty boy.
Toasty man. He was sizzling. Little toasty man.
Sizzling?
I never got to write it, but I always had
boy.
canoned that in the rain he would steam, because when the raindrops would hit him.
Oh, that's so cute. You still have babies to talk about.
I do. Who haven't we talked about?
We haven't talked about Sarah, Petrel, or Orion.
God. Okay, dealer's choice. Who should we
Let's do Orion first, because we've already talked a lot about Athedia.
Okay, so Orion was actually Farah's son. If you remember us talking about Farah, who was Wisteria and Rosita's cousin/bestie.
Yeah.
So Orion was her firstborn. I don't know if he was firstborn or not. Son.
He definitely had firstborn energy.
He does. I don't know if he ever was. I have no way of proving that or deciding that, but in my mind, he is. Yeah, he had a giant stick up his ass, like in the best possible way. I love him.
Oh, he was such a sweetie. I wish we could have roleplayed him in Wisteria more, because she really wanted to like train him.
Yeah, he would have. That was all he ever wanted. He basically like grew up idealizing this idea of like the knight, the noble warrior, because he had an uncle who was not actually a good person, but like the stories he always heard were of this like brave and noble leader, you know? And so he was like, as a kid, he was like, that's what I want to be. Like, I want to be a knight. This is my child hyperfixation.
Yeah.
And so then, even as a teenager, he was just obsessed with like right and wrong and principles and all this stuff. And he was like protective and jealous to a fault because of it. Like, he would see like his siblings getting, you know, hit on when they were teenagers, you know, and like flirting. And he would like actively being like, you're not allowed to touch my sister, kind of like almost a little bit male chauvinist in a way. But he was working on getting better at that.
Also, hi Alice. No, this is not Sif. Although he kind of do be giving off Sif vibes.
Who is Sif?
Sif is a Dark Souls character, I think, right?
Hang on, I need to know. I'm looking this up.
Right?
Sif Dark Souls.
Right? He's a big
he do be giving off Sif vibes.
Yeah.
That's completely fucking unintentional.
This is Baby Sif.
Baby Sif.
So to explain a little, Alice, we're talking about our roleplay characters, and this is one of Llutra's. His name's Ryan, and he's like a...
He's a noble knight wannabe.
Noble knight wannabe, semi-chauvinistic, but means well. Just like slightly antiquated views on like, I don't know, gender roles maybe a bit.
He definitely did. He was starting to come out of it because when the site closed, he was kind of coming into that like teenager, like starting to, you know, have crushes and explore the world and find his place and like experience reality, and that reality is not as cut and dry as your fairy tales are, you know.
He had a little girlfriend, and actually Niv hasn't been around in a minute, but one of my mods, Niveria, I think played his girlfriend's character.
That was Niv's character. They were so cute together.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Niv in a while, but she is a mommy now, so
yeah, understandable.
Obviously quite busy, but yeah, she mods for me occasionally, and was also a part of this site. A lot of folks are that I know are tangentially related to this site. Yeah, her character. What was her character's name?
Oh shoot, I can't remember.
I used to love these little screenshots you did, or screen caps.
Yeah,
the fake,
those are so much
screen
fun.
Caps.
Hang on,
what was the name of this character? I can't remember.
I'm gonna find it. I'm definitely looking at Niv and I's DMs.
This character was also one of Tallulah's adopted babies as well.
Isara.
Yeah, Isara. She was very cute.
She was. They were very
sheltered.
Cute.
They were very. That was just a very pure little baby
relationship.
Yeah. Playing the teens was very fun. That's like such a fun age to roleplay.
Yeah, it really was, because like you had a lot of rapid changes happening. They went from like being kids to like being shown the real world.
Yeah, and like kind of stepping outside of their own pack territory for a little while. For the first time ever.
Orion also glowed. I don't know how apparent that is in a lot of his art, but all the white markings on his body, his dad glowed, so he glows.
The glow beans.
The glow beans.
We had these like little names for each of the litters on the site. So that litter was named the glow beans. The one that Camellia was a part of were the dragonflies, I think.
Dragonflies, yeah.
Dragonfly babies. And then what were the Volgan ones called again?
Hellspawn?
I don't know
if they actually had a name.
Yeah. They did. I know they did.
All Hellion children. Were they like the Vipers or something like that?
Yeah, Vipers.
Viper babies.
I think you're right. I think they were Viper baby. You can talk about
and then Rosita's were the Cocoa Puffs.
Cocoa Puffs. They were so cute. Real quick, Xcar asks, are there any sites like that around today? I've always wanted to try to get into a roleplay site. I would say I don't think that there are any sites exactly like what we're describing here out there right now, because Equasia was kind of special. There are other Fantasy Wolf roleplay play-by-post sites out there, The ones that come to mind for me first, and I don't know if these are still active, are there's one called Sordid Secrets. There's one called Dutani, I think. Dotani. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
There's one, there's a couple others out there. Incandescence was one, I think.
I wouldn't know.
A lot of times, if you can find one, they have affiliate links in the bottom of the site that will take you to others. And there's all kinds of, okay, so there are different categories as well of these sites. So the one that we were on was a fantasy wolf roleplay. Fully fantasy wolf roleplay. So that includes magic, what we called mutations, which were basically like the ability to have wings, horns, other things that are not usually wolf-like. Any color you wanted, like there were no restrictions on eye color or fur color. Then they have things that are semi-fantasy, which like, it'd be like wolves that look natural, but have the power to cast magic. So there are some sites like that where they have like, maybe they'll have like some slightly non-traditional like eye colors and stuff, but for the most part they look like normal wolves and they don't necessarily have things like wings, multiple tails, third eyes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then you have fully realistic. So realism sites will usually restrict things like A, no magic, B, no, no like weird fur colors, no weird eye colors for the most part. And then sometimes they allow things like crafting. Sometimes they restrict against that and they want you to be like fully like, okay, you can only do things that a wolf would do. Then there's also multi-animal role plays where it's not just wolves, but it's also like lion prides and leopards and bears, and you can pretty much roleplay any animal. And there's different biomes where like different groups of animals may live. Or you could play like loner animals that are just kind of like out there on their own, and like interspecies relationships can form and friendships and things like that.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, go for it.
I was just gonna say, you'll probably wind up kind of shopping around because a lot of it too is the community that the site has is just as, if not more important than like the rules or whatever. Like you want to find a good community and like with people you vibe with.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely like joined sites and then left pretty soon after that because either I didn't feel welcomed in or I felt like it was too difficult to get a foothold into the plots ongoing. Like one good thing about Acrasia as well is that all of us were like, we would all go like feral when a new character showed up. We were all like, new character. Hot damn, do you want to role play with me? Like, come over here. What do you want to do? You want to do this? You want to do that? You want to be a part of my pack? You want to be a part of this pack? You want to be about, like, we would like just like jump at the opportunity to invite a new member in because it's not that big of a community. Like, yeah, there's a lot of characters and a lot of players, but honestly, like, we weren't getting new players every single day. So we were all very excited when like new blood would come in. Because it'd be like, where are they gonna join? What new like stuff are they gonna bring to the table? How exciting is this?
For sure.
I always like going on sites where that was the energy because I felt like it was way easier to get started on those sites than it was to get started on a site where people are like, oh, we all have these plots ongoing and I guess we could slide you in. Because that is kind of the sentiment sometimes.
Yeah, where it's like you gotta like work your way into a clique and that's just not as fun.
Yeah, I agree. On a minute. I'm gonna switch songs here. Put the Green Day on.
Hell yeah.
Paul Winter the Gamer, thank you so much for following the Art Squad. Yeah, I'll look up and see what sites there are out there still. I know that I think, is Sordid Secrets still around?
I couldn't tell you.
No, it is not.
I like there was one that came around right when Ecclesia ended that was like, it was a multi-species site.
That was the one that Bonbon started, I think, right?
No. It was one, because I know Rat was on it for a bit, where it was like they were all dreaming or something like that, and that was kind of the premise of it.
Oh, I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, I looked at it, but then I just was like, I don't want. It's like I wanted to have like friends. Like I'm a shy person.
Yeah, I was kind of
like Rat is my friend, but I wanted like all of us to join one.
Like, yeah, it's different when like everybody's your friend versus like when you're like you only know one other person. You also don't want to feel like you're just like so tied to that other person. There is okay, so I know this one. So I'm gonna post some links in the chat, y'all, for anybody who's interested in these types of sites. I cannot personally vouch for any of these sites. I am not like, I cannot tell you from personal experience that any of these sites are like good or bad or anything like that. I'm sure they're all wonderful, but I just have not been on them personally. So this one is one that I know that Marina was on for a little bit, I believe. It's called Ruins of Wildwood, and this is, I believe, a semi-realistic to realistic site. And then there's this one called Ardent, which is, I believe, a fantasy site with some very nice artwork. Let's see what else? This one is called Canis Major.
Was Canis Major the one I was thinking of, maybe? That one sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it. It's set in a fictional dream world in the intrusion fantasy genre. So this is the one that Lucha checked out.
Yeah, I think like I looked at it, but I was just so like attached to my current characters, I didn't really want to make a new one.
Yeah, I feel that. It's hard
I never got to play Petrol. Like, she was never canonically born.
I know, but she was born in our hearts.
She was born in our hearts, and like, the second I get a chance, I'm gonna play the shit out of her.
And then here is one more, it's called Dawn. So here's a couple, and then if you want to research what else is out there, if you scroll to the bottom of those sites, y'all, a lot of times they'll have affiliate links to other sites. So you can kind of shop around based on, it's almost like a web ring.
Yeah.
You can kind of shop around based on those affiliate links and see what else is out there. But those are, these four are similar to Acrasia, I would say, not exact, but very similar in concept. But yeah, tell us about Sarah.
Sarah, okay, so she...
Feral baby.
So she was we mentioned the Volga throuple. She was a result of that. Her and her littermates.
She is the sister of Camelia's girlfriend.
Girlfriend, yes. So Sierra was interesting, and explain her. It was one of those like things where it was obvious in my head how it worked, but like explaining it verbally was difficult. Mm-hmm. But her magic was essentially she had no like inborn magic in that she couldn't like summon fire or anything like that. But she had this ability to like draw power out of words and symbols. And so when I was researching her, I did a lot of research into like Nordic wards and alchemic symbols and like Solomon seals and things like that from different cultures, and kind of came up with this idea where she almost like FMA style.
Yeah, that's what I was always thinking when you wrote her.
Yeah, there was definitely some inspiration there. But she could like draw powers out of these words and these symbols and use them as almost like glyphs. Like also Owl House, you know, how if anyone watches Owl House, how they'll use those symbols and they can generate magic symbol rather than drawing it from themselves. And so it was interesting for her because it made a lot of things wieldy. Like she had to have a way to like draw these symbols or access these symbols to cast spells. But on the flip side, it meant that she had a lot of limitless opportunity. Like if she wanted to learn how to do a certain thing, she could. She was a major bitch. I loved her, but she was very very self-centered, very snarky, very, like, not, what's the word I'm looking for? Just not an empathetic person at all. Very self-centered, very, like, everything she did was a means to an end, basically. Like, maybe a little bit, I hate to call her a psychopath, because I feel like that's kind of a psychopath. Like, I feel like that's kind of trivializing a medical condition, but, like, she wasn't exactly, the empathy part of her brain didn't really work right, I don't think.
She was, like, narcissistic, maybe?
Narcissistic is a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah.
But she was a ton of fun to write, like, because she was so sassy and serious, and, she was just, did not give a shit about what other people thought or felt. She had a really special relationship with one of her moms. That, like, she did have that side, it just took a lot to uncover it, and I think her mom in Dramaki was the only one who ever, like, came clean, But yeah, she was fun. She was a lot of fun. She had a pet owl. I forget what I named him. Yeah, but he's a melanistic barn owl.
G-Y-F-U, it says.
Gifu, yeah, that was right, Gifu. I forget what that means. It's part of the Nordic alphabet, I believe.
He's so cute.
But yeah, he was her pet, her little owl.
So cute.
So cute. But yeah, no, she was a blast. She was so much fun. And she, like, I never got to write it, but she was eventually going to get, like, tied up in some dark shit. Like, she was, God, I feel like such an edgelord, like, describing this. But, like, I was originally going to play a lot with this idea. Her channeling this magic that she's not necessarily ready for, it was eventually going to corrupt part of her body. I don't know if that concept art is on her page, but, like, she eventually, like, would lose pigments in parts of her bodies, and it would, like, affect how she worked on a physiological level, and affect, like, how she aged.
I don't think I see that
concept
art on the page.
I'll have to dig it out, but yeah, she was another one that she never quite, if on one of those pages you'll see she's got her little iron bracelet there.
Yeah, this one.
She actually wound up killing another character and then crafted that bracelet out of the iron from that character's blood. I was like, damn, how edgy can I go with this shit?
Edgier, we can always go edgier.
We can always go edgier. Well, because all my characters were, like, such, like, morally good characters. I wanted to play... So I had never played, like, a truly evil character, or, like, even a morally ambivalent character.
You had a pretty decent, like, range, though, here. Because, I mean, yeah, obviously Rosita and Tavo
they were
very cinnamon rolly, but, like, Rapki, not what I would call, like, purely good.
He wasn't,
Bonnabelle,
like...
definitely not either.
Bonnabelle did whatever the hell she wanted.
Right, she's a chaotic neutral character, for sure.
I feel like when push came to shove, like, they would have a sense of morality to them, like...
True, but
if you put, like,
more on the gray spectrum of things, though, than...
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Traditionally, like, good characters. That's not a bad thing. In fact, that's a good thing, I'd say.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But Sierra was definitely, like, dream I had never gotten to play before.
Straight up evil, yeah. I only had one character I ever even attempted to play that was evil, and I struggled so hard with playing her that I felt like I couldn't, like, continue to try. Maybe I could play her now, like, that I'm a little bit more experienced. Her name was Antimony. Her whole thing was very, again, this was, like, from the old site. This is her. Where's this picture? Yeah, this is, like, one of my favorite pieces of art I've ever gotten. So good. But,
we love her.
She was, like, a mermaid. Basically, okay, here's more edgy stuff. She was a mermaid wolf who got essentially abducted as a baby and raised by a very fucked up, very edgelordy kind of character who didn't treat her poorly at all. He was a great father, but he was very much, like, teaching her how to be evil. It was like, think like a supervillain and his cinnamon roll daughter kind of situation. It was they
love
had a
that.
very cute dynamic.
I
But
love that.
ultimately, she was supposed to become like a sort of siren character.
Mhm.
Like, lure you to your doom. She was my first vampire character. That's why I have a little bit of blood on this one. Marina did this one. This is pretty. I would think I'd redesign her. I was really into teal back then. I don't know why all my characters were
Teal's a
teal.
great color.
But
I love her. I love her color palette, honestly. I'm a sucker for, like, teal and warm green, like, cold and warm greens mixed together.
Yeah, I think I'd make her, I'd redo her a little bit. Maybe ultimately keep most of the elements the same. I didn't really get a good chance to roleplay her. I roleplayed her as a baby, and then on that site that we met, Llutra, I was roleplaying her as an adult very briefly.
Yeah, I think her and Rathke, like, said things to each other.
Yeah, I wasn't on Arenda for very long. I ended up getting really busy with school, and I kind of had to drop off. But Antimony was her name, and she was fun. I also had this character, Lovelace, who also had like 9 billion years of lore. She was basically there was a wolf-like race that was immortal, and it could only reproduce by like essentially consuming stars, fallen stars, and so Lovelace was one of those types of wolves. She also had a pretty fun and cool character art. She had a lot of abandonment issues. Abandonment issues. But
I love her. I've always loved her design, though. I love those.
This design is great. I lost touch with the person who designed her for me. I forget their name, but they did a really fun design. Like all that lace on the back. Absolute murder for artists trying to draw her, but as you can see, I rarely drew her myself. I force other people to draw her because I couldn't be bothered. But she was in love with Marina's character Tumblebelly, who has his own extensive lore. And they were like baby boyfriend and girlfriend for a little while, and then eventually he ran away from the commitment of existing and went back to his like home pack, and then fell in love with like his childhood friend, and they kind of ran off together. And Lovelace never ended up getting closure on that. Me and Marina have talked a lot about like eventually having them talk to each other again when like he's super old, because like she won't age. Lovelace won't age. She'll just stay like she is forever unless she. The whole site is called Acrasia, and it's so funny to me that the site retained its name because on the original site, the concept of Acrasia was that these starborn wolves could fall to basically like a failing of the will. Like if their will became too weak, they could fall from immortality and become mortal again. And this was seen as like a sickness almost. So this thing could happen to wolves at kind of random on that original site. It was something that could happen to your character. You were put into a pool of possible participants if you had they were called Aegis. You had an Aegis character. Your character could be pulled for an Acrasia at any time unless you used insight currency to buy your way out of the pool, of the raffle, basically. So there were a lot of mechanics on the old site that we didn't have on the new site. We had a whole system of random events that could happen. We had a whole quest system that was kind of cool. But the first site also had a much larger staff.
Yeah, it takes a lot to run sites like these.
Yeah. It did, yeah. Even New Acrasia, I mean, it took at least 2 to 3 people behind the scenes running things.
Yeah, for sure.
This is a pretty one of Lovelace and her daughter, Heartache. So cute. Did we already go through all of your characters?
Yeah,
I mean, we talked about Petrol.
We did not talk about Petrol, yeah. Petrol never actually got played. It's more just kind of like widely accepted through our ex-roleplay friend group not extra friend group, but like friend group from the roleplay, that she definitely did get born. She is the daughter of Bonnabelle, who we talked about, my pansexual pirate queen, and Faust, who is the alpha of the Barioth pack. And she is actually deaf. She's completely deaf. I think I decided she lost her hearing. She was born hearing, but then lost it to traumatic injury. Probably like 3 or 4 months old, like kind of the wolf equivalent of 8 or 9, I guess, whatever that would be. So she is deaf, but she has... I never decided on what her powers were going to be, but she gets a lot of her personality from both of her parents. Like, she's not quite as feisty as Bonnie is, but she's very much a daredevil. You know, she's got kind of that warrior athletic spirit from both of her parents. She got very 2 tails from her dad. Yeah, very cat-like. But yeah, I always picture her having like that kind of like tall but muscular build.
She's very cute.
I love her. One day I will get to play her.
I believe.
I wanted to go for like a Viking princess kind of vibe with her. But she's also definitely got like some goth punk elements too.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. I forgot to talk about one of my hypothetical babies as well. Also designed by Llutra. So not everything is super serious. Sometimes things are less than serious. So I had this idea that I wanted to create a wolf pop star character.
Oh my god, I love her.
Yes, I love her too. So remember we talked about Camellia, Wisteria's daughter, and then she has a girlfriend named Arachne, who is one of the Viper babies. So through magical means, wolves who may not be able to have babies naturally can have babies on these sites.
Yeah.
And so I've designed a Llutra really has designed a hypothetical baby between the two of them that is a wolf pop star. Her name is Supernova.
I'm pretty sure you DM me like, can you design me a wolf that's like if Jojo Siwa was a wolf?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. She's so cute. I can't wait to... One day I want to roleplay her so bad.
Man, this whole stream is like giving me the itch to roleplay again.
Look at her. She is fabulous. You can tell I like pink. I have so many pink characters and purple.
Yeah, I was like, we're going full 2006 DeviantArt on this wolf.
Yes. She, so yeah, I had this idea that her name would be Nova, but her stage name is Supernova. And, she basically, like, goes around... Oh, and yeah, she has, like, glowy makeup on. You can see on her face on the left-hand side. That's, like, her stage outfit and stage makeup. She goes around and performs and has, like, magic that creates, like, a light show while she's performing. And then, obviously, she has, like, a band, too. So, like, she'll sing and dance, and then there's a band in the background. Because, yes, the wolves can play music. They're all magical.
We just let them do what they want.
We just let them do what they want. I barely am in control of my own characters. And, yeah, Wisteria, who would be her grandmother, would be at every concert, like, front row center with, like, the merch and, like...
Proud grandma moment.
I Heart Supernova shirts and, like, I don't know what you would, like, what magical item you would, like, record wolf songs on. But however they could, like, play the music back, she would be playing it on her magical wolf megaphone or whatever. And then her other grandmother is Andromache, who is kind of, not necessarily grumpy, but just not this at all.
A very
like,
sharp woman.
Sharp, a little edgy, definitely not bubblegum pink, definitely not into pop music, but like, I was talking to Peas and Peas was like, yeah, Andromache would like still be there. She wouldn't be having a good time, but she'd still be there.
She'd try her best and we support her for it.
She'd be like in the audience, just like, when's this over? When can I get a drink after this?
I love that.
I hope we'll have an opportunity to, I was so drained mentally after everything happened, because I don't want to get into too much of like the behind the scenes drama, but the site ended up closing that we were both on, and it wasn't on the best terms. And
yeah, there was a bit of a falling out, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, and I was site staff at that point, and was feeling kind of run into the ground by having to carry the load of a lot of the back end stuff, and be active as a role player, and like keep a pack alive and deal with all these out of character things. So I was just really tired after 2 consecutive non-stop years of role playing that I was like, I'm gonna take a little break. And I haven't stopped taking that break yet. So I don't know if and when I'll get back to it, but me and Llutra and our friends still like talk about the characters and kind of like dream up hypothetical situations of like, you know, when you like have characters together and you're like, in this scenario, they would do this. Let's just like not necessarily formally roleplay it out, but we'll just have like a little conversation about like what would happen if we did roleplay it out. And sometimes that can be just as fun.
Right. And I think like we've had like, I know like I did just, I don't know what you'd call it, but just kind of like short read-onlys.
Mm-hmm.
Or where like, I guess it would have been yet be an appropriate term for that.
Yeah, like little like soliloquies almost that you write from the character's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's nice to like kind of scratch that itch without, you know, committing to an entire character, you know?
Yeah, because that's another thing we didn't necessarily talk about regarding these sites, is that a lot of times they have activity requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And
like that sounds. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say like it sounds really hard. Then when you have a bunch of people trying to tell a cohesive story in unison, you run into this issue where that if people drop off of the face of the earth, and like you need to be able to like have some agency to say what happened to that character, because otherwise you're just gonna be waiting on someone. And they tend to be pretty lax, like, you know, if you like there was times on Acrasia where I was like, I need to step out for a month or whatever, and you know we would just kind of figure it out. But you know there were times when someone would just disappear and you kind of needed to account for that, or like it's not fair if you have someone who's really active, you know, wants to play a bigger part in the site, but they can't, you know, apply for these leadership roles because there's a bunch of inactive people who are never on, taking them up just for the sake of taking them up, you know?
Yeah. So like leadership roles would have stricter activity requirements, and then normal player characters, pretty reasonable, at least for most of the time that the site was live. Pretty reasonable activity requirements. I think it was only like 1 or 2 posts a month for regular characters.
Yeah,
to stay
it wasn't
active.
bad.
And then like for leaders, it was like 5 posts a month, which isn't necessarily too hard to hit if you're active and engaged and, you know,
right,
responding where you need to respond. But at times it can get tough, and at times if your muse is low, or how long a post an average for a normie contributor? That's a good question. I don't think we had some places have minimum post word counts because they just do. I don't think Acraid had a minimum word count. It was more just like give your roleplay partner enough to respond to. That was like the, you know, it could be 2 sentences, as long as the person had something to respond to. Now, granted, the longer your post was, the more insight currency you would get.
And I think like 200, like 1 to 200 words was pretty average. You know, like long enough to say. Yours was definitely, and mine
was so much higher.
But like, I feel like if you're new to role playing, like 1 to 200 is a really good like place to start, because that's enough wordage for you to like, for your character to respond to what the previous person said, and also to do something to further whatever it is the interaction you're having it.
I'm actually very curious about what my average word count was. I'm guessing 500, probably.
Oh, easily. I was gonna say like 800.
Yeah, I could get pretty wordy.
I also just realized I totally lied about petrol, and I didn't mean to. I do know.
happened?
I do know exactly what magic she had because that's how she's deaf. Is she has like a screech, like a black canary type ability, and so she got in a fight and actually gave herself hearing damage.
Oh,
because of her own magic. But now she's a deaf character with sound-based magic, which I thought was kind of I like to write weird dichotomies in my characters.
Hey, I was the one who wrote the water wielder afraid of water, so I understand.
Yeah.
Or the giantess who is afraid of her own
like
shadow.
her own shadow, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, the word count thing was what we were talking about.
Yeah,
usually, like I said, as long as you gave people enough to respond to, there wasn't really a minimum number of words. There were, like I said, if the more you wrote, the more they were called. Our on-site currency was called biscuits. The more biscuits you'd get, the more that you wrote.
Yeah.
And
there
was also. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you could use those biscuits to trade in for like higher health for when you're in a battle and your dice roll outcome, or like other just random perks.
Yeah, a lot of it was combat-based stuff, or things like extra characters you could get. Some of that stuff was also donation-based, so you donate $5 to keep the site running, and they'd let you I don't know, add a spell slot for your character, something like that. Yeah. It wasn't like there was limits on how much you could do that, so that wasn't pay to win or anything like that. But if you wanted if you knew you had a tough battle coming up and you wanted to just get a spell real fast, you could slap $5 on the table and call it a day. One interesting thing was I thought we had an interesting combat system. Also, Will
I
has a
love the
question.
combat
He says,
system.
Also, feel free to ask questions too. We'd love to answer your questions about roleplay in general, the specific site we were on, character stuff, anything y'all want. Will says, was this system built specifically for Acrasia, or is it a platform that a bunch of roleplay sites can use? I believe that most sites have a very similar, but not exactly the same system of in-game currency and purchasing of stuff, because this is kind of the most fair way you can make it work while rewarding activity. Basically, the ultimate goal is that you don't want things to be unfair, but you do want to reward people for being active members of the site. So you get paid for posting. If you are an active poster who is actively involved in plots, then you will get compensated for that in the form of insight currency that you can then use to level up your character. And it is a pretty good indicator of how long somebody's been around and how active they've been, because naturally the folks who've been there the longest and who have been the most active have the most leveled up characters.
Right, and it's nice because there's not a really good way to game that system either, because let's say I'm really active, I'm on every day, I'm still waiting for other people to respond. I can't just go make 10,000 posts in a day, because if I respond to, say, a thread that Puffin and I are doing, I gotta wait for her to respond before I can respond again, Right. So it does pace you. You can definitely overcommit yourself to threads, as both of us have done. But for the most part, it really does reward long-term activity instead of someone just coming in, posting a bunch, and then leaving,
Yeah. Zhao asks, at its height, roughly how many roleplayers did Acrasia have, would you say? The interesting thing about Acrasia was that it was a relatively small but very active community at its height, I would say.
I don't think we ever had above 30,
40?
Maybe.
Yeah,
member.
30 or 40
30.
was probably the top.
Yeah. But when you figure...
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if each of those 30 to 40 players had, up to 5 characters that they were playing, that multiplies really quickly.
Yeah, I think we definitely had 150 plus characters on the site. the core player base of Acrasia was probably about 15 of us. 10 to 15 of us.
Yeah.
Just
10 or 15, like, really...
extremely active.
Yeah.
And then Will says, I'd imagine it's not like you can just insert your character in a shit ton of different threads. No, so there's slight etiquette that happens. So there's a thread labeling system. There's what's called private threads. This is a thread where it is you and another person or a group of people, and the thread is closed, which means that only y'all should be posting in it. Yeah. Some people, occasionally, if they don't know what's going on, or if they're being on purpose rude, can break those rules, and nobody ever is happy about it. But if you see private in a thread title, then that means that it's essentially a closed thread that already has a determined group of participants. There's also what's called an open thread. An open thread is when you post a starter in usually a neutral territory that anyone can go to, and anyone can show up. And sometimes you can cap it at a certain number of participants. Like you could say, like, this is an open thread for 3 people. Once 2 more people join, I will start the next round. Or it can be an open thread where as many people as fucking you want join. But once a certain number of people join a thread, you have to go in rounds and set up deadlines for when the rounds end. Otherwise, it gets complicated very quickly. So for large group threads, a lot of the times what I would do, because I was often the one running these things, especially when I was a staff member, is I would basically say, next round will start on X day, and when you go in rounds, it's any post order, so you don't have to post in the order that you originally posted. It's just you can post once per round. Yeah. So go for it.
And I was gonna say, to add to that, the timeline system also really helped regulate a lot of that, because if you knew, like, you know, let's say you had a thread that was dated, I'll just say today, like it was dated February 13th. Realistically, you know, like if that one thread takes place over the course of a day, your character's not going to be screwing around in another thread on that same day.
Yeah.
Or they're not going to be on a thread that takes place halfway across the, you know, friggin' continent. Hopefully.
We had some instances where we had to reconcile that, but
yeah, that definitely, there's retcon happened. I mean, I had a really embarrassing retcon with Bonnie and Tallulah. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was when you didn't realize how young Tallulah was.
Realize how young Tallulah was. Oh, Bonnie would totally have a crush on Tallulah. And so I was kind of hinting at it in my writing, and then Puffin was like, yo, that's a little weird. And I looked at the ages, I was like, oh my god, retcon. No, I thought they were the same age.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm so sorry. That was not my intention.
Hi everyone who just came in. Hi Arctic, Yober, and Nova. Good to see y'all. I know, Lutra's hair is the best. I gotta also move my pet hand. Yeah, also what Llutra was talking about or alluding to just there with the timeline system, we operated on something called liquid time. Liquid time meant that you could, within reason, date threads in the future and in the past, and also have multiple threads going on at the same time. Because there are some sites out there which I don't necessarily like this system, where I don't know what the opposite of liquid time is. Solid time, air time, I don't know.
Air time,
condensation time,
ice time.
So with whatever the other type of time is, you basically can only be in a thread, one thread at a time, because you have to play everything out chronologically. But that, to me, depending on how fast you're role-playing, that creates huge chunks of time where roleplay is unaccounted for. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, let's say you start a thread on February 1st, and that thread takes you 2 weeks to finish. Well, you couldn't start a thread in those 2 weeks to talk about what your character was doing for those 2 weeks. So what the hell were they doing for those 2 weeks?
Right.
If anything interesting happened, you couldn't roleplay it. So that's why I prefer liquid time. However, I will stipulate that it is very easy very easy if you are not incredibly anal about it like I am to get the timeline fucked up in Liquid Time. Now,
Absolutely.
I kept excruciating notes on not just what my character was doing, but everyone else's character, because I'm a nosy busybody who had my nose in everyone else's business constantly.
What you doing?
I literally was that person. I was so insufferable. I was that person who would message someone else and be like, you should move your thread date to X date because it's not realistic for your character to be like in this territory on this date, and it doesn't fit with my timeline of events.
But
So
like most of
I
us really appreciated that because it was like we're all trying to keep our shit straight, and Puffin was the only one with the brain power to actually keep the shit straight.
I was so in everybody else's business that eventually I would post these things called Fraz notes publicly every month, where I gave a brief timeline of events on everything that happened on the site, like a little summary of like all the important events that happened in every thread.
Right.
So
No, you would come back and someone would like come back from hiatus. Like, can I have the Fraz notes, please? Because we
I
knew.
was happy to give them.
We knew you would know. But what was really one of the nice things about Acrasia's mechanics is that they would have like a timeline page on your character's like profile.
Oh yeah.
So you could go and like scroll through it and go like, okay, this is where they are in the date, so it either does or does not make sense for them to be here or doing this on the next day, you know, or whatever.
I wonder if I could Wayback Machine show
probably
a profile, one of my character's profiles here.
Yeah, or like look for mine, you know, because I know Wayback can sometimes.
Yeah, I'll look for both of ours. This would have been what, 2021? Yeah, 2021. Let's see if I can get one of our character profiles up so I can show you guys like what the site looks like. And then I can also maybe show y'all like a thread. We could do a dramatic reading.
Oh my god, please.
Hopefully nothing embarrassing. If I could get the site to load, that's the only thing. I think Wayback might be down right now. Come on. Error when attempting to fetch bullshit. Oh wait. Okay, I think I found a snapshot.
Did you find one? Ooh.
I found one. Okay, I do see. So here's what the site looked like. Oh, this was when Rathke was. Let me show you guys. All right, so this is what the site looked like. This was pulled from July 14th, 2021 here.
Dang.
And I'm gonna try to find...
Oh yeah! It just loaded for me on your stream page, but yeah, that's right. Look at him.
So all of this was separated into territories here. Now this was after a big change occurred on the site. The original site didn't look like this, and it had different territories.
Yeah, and the territories were just
Right.
like locations. Like some of them were owned by packs, some of them were, you know.
Let me see if I can grab Rathke's profile. Okay, that's not gonna work. Maybe if I go further back in time.
Will it let you like click on a name? Like, cause there's his
I
name.
clicked on Rathke's and it didn't seem like that one was saved.
Dang.
I'm gonna try and look for some other ones.
Rathke himself has been retconned. Cannot
He has
believe.
been retconned out of existence.
Dang, poor naked man.
Because sometimes they only crawl like the main page. I think that Wisteria's might have gotten saved. But I'd have to find a way to click on her profile. Right, here is, oh, I really like this one. This is a big Athadia like pack portrait that our admin did.
Aw.
All right,
Yeah, I
Wisteria,
remember that
come
one.
on. Yes, I think hers got saved, so y'all can see hers at least. Yep. So this is what her profile looked like. So you see there's a spot right here for her reference sheet. And here is Space Burb. Thank you so much for following. Welcome to the Art Squad.
Space Burb! I love that username, that's great.
Space Burb. So, it shows her name, and then it shows my name as her player. And then these were like all of her stats, her like quick stats. Shows her pack and her rank. Roher was the leader of the pack. and then her task, which was basically just like their main job.
Yeah.
Character skills were something you could level up over time, based on how much you threaded. So the more you roleplayed them performing a certain task, the higher your skill would get. So she was like the top level of guard, middle level of advisor, and then still pretty like new at the hunting thing. But to get to expert, you need to thread like 20 unique threads. So it was really hard to get expert level.
Yeah. Which, I mean, makes sense. I'm not mad at that.
You can see that I was almost at 1,000 posts when I quit the site, and I had 91 threads. So when you take into consideration that it was an average of 500 words per post.
I think you did eventually make 1,000 posts, I thought.
Did I?
I think you did.
This is from December 2021, so...
Oh, maybe not. Maybe
very
I lied.
shortly before I left. And then this shows all of her like stats and magic and stuff over here. You can see that there's levels for each of these. So level 5 just means that the dice roll is more likely to succeed. And the lower your level is, the less likely it is that it will succeed. But there's still a chance that it will. So even level 1 magic users, in fact, the dice seem to favor lower level characters. The level 5 curse was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so Lady Pixel Heart, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. How are you doing? What were you streaming tonight? Trash Panda Army raid. Yay, yay,
Hell
yay.
yeah.
You were playing art. Oh, how lovely. Well, thank you so much for raiding. I appreciate it so much. Folks, welcome on to my Puffin Aardwolf. I'm here with my friend Lutra. We get a shout out for Lutra, please, William. And we are reminiscing about our old days as Sparklewolf role players right now. We are taking a look at the old site that we used to go on. Now this site has since closed. So unfortunately the only way that we can view this is on the Wayback Machine now. I'm glad that the profile is still here now. You can see I was very meticulous in describing everything here. Oh, Lady Pixel Heart, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, I would update like this was like her original description, and then I would update additional things like scars based on like the date that it happened.
Yeah.
And then Lucha designed her lovely armor set over here.
That was a fun one.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I love designing that.
Oh my gosh, wait, do we have the family tree?
Oh my gosh, do we? Do we
I think we have a link to the family tree.
Oh, please tell me it works. It should still be up. I don't know why it wouldn't be.
I think it is. Yes! Oh, it's here! Wait, y'all. Take a look at this
Oh my god.
fucked up family tree.
Please work.
It's here. It's right here. So...
Oh my god!
Remember we were talking about the High Bloods earlier and how, like, their family tree was, like, wacky? Well, now you can see for yourself how wacky this family tree was. I kept these records. This was my doing. So this is Wisteria and her many babies. She had 6 entire babies. And her husband,
6
Galsra.
whole babies.
And her late sister, Camellia.
Mm-hmm.
Who died before the site, like, shortly before the site, like, the events of the site started. Her sister passed away, because she was also, like, a warrior that died in battle. And then you can see how her grandparents were cousins, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, they were cousins, and, like, the Family Echo website also, like, if you click on different names, it'll show you the overlappy part. Yeah, sorry.
No, go for it.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying that it's more fucked up than it looks like.
It's even fucked up here, because let's see, once I go over, like, get right here, it says duplicate. You can see that these two are the same. These two great-great-grandparents or whatever are the same, because she's a little inbred, but we still love her.
Fine. We still love her.
So on this side, let me see if I can find, where's Rosita is
She
over
would have
here,
been,
right
Mayari. No, if you go down, you see Mayari Vauclane. Mayar, on the right. Yeah,
you're a little delayed, I think, from me.
Yeah. Lyander was her father. Lyander Vauclane was her father.
Yeah.
And so,
Lyander was...
Hestia's mate.
She was a layer below Wisteria in terms of, like, line.
Yeah.
So her grandfather was siblings. No, her grandmother was siblings with Wisteria's father.
Right.
Yeah. So that was all that, and then Aristolian was one of the leaders of the pack, also a cousin. Glint, also a cousin. Everybody was cousins. And then I know Intri's character, Netheria, was also in here somewhere. Gotta dig for her. Where's she at? Is it over here?
I can't even
there's
remember
Netheria.
Netheria's. Okay, there she is.
Yeah, right here. Netheria was related through, like, great grandma relation. It was just so much. Just so much. And then I know that Aurora was in here too somewhere. I think.
Yeah, she would have been on the Valkyrie side.
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, right there.
Nice.
There's Aurora and her brother. Also played by one of our friends, Nika.
Nika!
Nika! We love Nika. So that's the fucked up family tree. Now let me see if I can go back. God, I gotta go back so far. Speedrun going back. Okay, here we go. Back to... That's a dog. Yeah, so Aurora was based on a Sighthound, I think?
Slooky, yeah.
So a lot of these wolves, the only stipulation was that they had to look canine. We literally had a character who looked like a pug
Yeah.
on
I
site.
remember the
We
pug.
had
I think her name was
several
like Glitter or something.
Sighthounds. Yeah, her name was Glitter.
Well, Tallulah was a collie, and Rosita was based off of a Samian.
Yeah.
That's why she had like the closed eyes. It was the Samian smile that I have.
I loved her little closed eyes.
Me too. It kind of like drew attention to her chubby cheeks.
Yeah, we had a couple of other dog-like... I mean, Rathke is kind of like a hairless dog.
Rathke's a
little
rat.
bit.
Rathke's a rat in a dog costume.
It's
So
even
yeah,
in
he
the
was based
name.
off of it's a breed of dog called a Xolo, Xolo, and they'll even have little.
I know, his little mane is so cute. Here's all of her relations. I also had like all of her like friendships and stuff written in here. So many missing characters. Because people just like drop off over the course of the roleplay.
Yeah.
So all the italicized ones are missing, and then all the ones that are crossed out are dead. And then her character backstory. I didn't have quite as a detailed one as I did for my characters on like the past site, because it was partially because we had this thing at the bottom here where I really kept all my notes. And like all of her magic here, personality traits here, and then I had a little character playlist for her too.
Yeah.
Lots of monsters and men on this list, William. I know you'll be happy about that. So down here was the real important part, I'd say, which is every thread that you made would populate down here, and then you could put a little description of what happened in it. So I like very detailed notes for every single thread that I had. And all of these threads were many posts long, many words long, and you can just see the volume, the sheer volume.
Will it let us open a thread?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find one that we can actually look at here. Let's see. Pack events are more likely to be crawled by
Saved,
the thingies. Let's see if the Dance of Flowers might.
Oh, that was a good one.
It's thinking.
I believe in you way back.
Harder.
I believe.
I don't think so.
Dang.
I thought too hard. Maybe the funeral thread? Nope. Okay, that's a definite no. What about this one? I'm just gonna start clicking until.
I wonder if the party thread, like with the teenagers.
Oh yeah, let's see if Wisteria was.
So that was
in
like
that
our
one.
most posted thread on the history of the entire site.
That was a funeral thread. Where was it? It was called Party at the End of the World. That was it. Ah, it didn't get saved. It's so sad.
Oh my god.
That's so sad. I'm just gonna click on a bunch of them and see if any of them will work. Come on, give me one good thread.
Of course, I also don't know if you had to be like logged in to view some of these.
You shouldn't.
Okay.
Starfall thread, maybe? This was an important one. It's still thinking, so maybe. I know, I want a tidbit too! Maybe if I go to the front page and try to click a thread from there, I might have better luck.
Maybe, yeah.
Because maybe the ones on the front page were more likely to have been crawled. We'll see, we'll see. We'll try to find something. Changing plans, maybe?
Determined.
I know, I'm very determined. Doesn't even have to be my thread, come on. Wait, maybe? Hey, we got one! Okay, so this was like a very late thread. But you can see what I'm talking about here with the, so there's an avatar, your character's avatar, and then a posting table that's nice and pretty. Here was mine for Wisteria. I had a couple for her. And you can have a little image as like a siggy. We call them signatures. So this is how they went. You just post back and forth, and I want to find like one of the big dramatic threads because I kind of wanted to read a little excerpt.
Me too. That would be amazing.
I wonder if this one was okay, but it was just kind of like a talking back and forth thread with one of the new characters. Maybe one of the funeral threads? I wrote my fucking heart out on those funeral threads, like my god.
Oh, I know.
Brightwater would have had the Hesphora one. This was the one where, oh, nope. Nope. It's not giving me anything. I wonder if Tallulah's page is... No, it didn't even save Tallulah's profile. Mysterio's the only one who got...
The lone survivor.
Well, I was on her page so much that I...
You alone are responsible for her way back cross.
I believe it. Alright, I'll look elsewhere. What about this one? It's all burning memories purged from existence. I know, that's the only sad thing about the fact that the site was kind of deleted in entirety, because we had, I mean, think of all the years of words we all wrote together.
Oh, I know. I
It's
have...
kind of gone now.
I definitely, like, had some stuff saved. Maybe I can look in my Google Docs.
I wanna read your saved stuff.
Let me see what I have. I know I at least have, like, their file saved. And I do have, like, that one random petrol vignette of her losing her...
I just want to find this stupid funeral thread. Tallulah was in that one. This is a good thread, too, that I thread. That was the one where Tallulah gets the cutlass back.
Oh, yeah!
From,
oh, that was so
Rolga.
sad!
And then she kind of, like, yells at Andromache. That was, like, the most upset she's ever been. She was such, like, an even-keeled character. Well, she's a little stressed out, but, you know, towards other people.
That's valid, though. Like, I'd be a little stressed out, too.
Let's see if the Athedia pack page is still up. Oh, it is! See, this is what the pack page looks like. Lots of information, like culture.
Nice.
These were like the old traditions that we abolished. Pack events. Big pack history that I had kept meticulously updated. Thank you very much.
I love it.
I tried my best.
I'm sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm trying to find
no, you're
any
fine.
stuff I might have saved.
I'm still trying to see if we can get a decent thread to explore.
I haven't found it yet, but I did find a recipe for a Hasselback potato au gratin.
Oh,
so like
well,
that's something at least.
Slap that in the chat, please.
Let me see. I found Rathke's old character profile.
Oh, that's good.
Rosita. There's Rosie.
The only bad thing is that you can only see the recent IC post at the top here.
Yeah.
So it's only a small little pool to grab from here.
Yeah, I guess all I have...
Like the Library of Alexandria! The Volga funeral might be... Nope.
Nope. No more.
Nope. So many funerals.
Rip.
I think we were all funeraled out at the end of all of that. You pull the landing page from a different date? Yeah, I'm trying to do that right now, well. I'm just kind of like going back in time over and over again to see if I can grab anything else. I think I might have some like one-on-one stuff saved from just like Discord, but
yeah,
that's not as fun as seeing it on the site.
No, it's not.
A lot of these are the same threads. This was back in August 2020. Whoa, and now everything's broken.
Oh good, that's fine.
We're back in February 2020. Let me see if there's anything here I can click on. Broken!
It's all gone, all of it.
Wait, oh! I want to see if I can click on the... I could go back to Wisteria's page and still try to click on stuff from there. I want to see if I could get the what is it called? The, one of the weddings, maybe? Or the bachelorette party would be fun?
Oh, the bachelorette party would be hysterical.
Which one was that one? Dance of Flowers, it was after that. Where was it? The wedding. I drink to that, bachelorette party, there you go. Please tell me this one got saved. Wolf bachelorette party.
Come on, I need to see our girls drunk.
Ugh! Pain! How about the wedding? Did that one get saved? No, none of these got saved. Maybe only some of the newer ones got saved. That makes me so sad.
Well, maybe we could find a newer one that was still good.
I'm looking, yeah.
Maybe a newer one that's like not quite as angsty as I know a lot of like the last couple.
I'm sad that some of the funeral stuff didn't get saved. I wonder if I have that on Discord.
Yeah.
Because like, I did have like a little personal Discord that I kept everything organized in. That I might have left some notes in, but probably not. So sad. Lost to the annals of time. It's
tragedy.
Fine. Maybe it's for the better that y'all can't see these.
You don't need to know how cringe we truly are.
We don't need to know about the cringe writing. There was that one thread I could probably pull from, but it's more fun to look at like the plot important stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Poor baby.
Poor babies.
Poor babies.
We did all of this to them ourselves, though.
I know. But one would argue that we were not at all in control of our actions.
Not entirely. I'm just trying to click on anything now. You're telling me that none of these threads were scraped. None of these incredibly important threads were scraped. So sad. So sad.
And I know the one that was saved is just gonna be some random ass shit.
Oh, that was the one that was just like,
yeah.
Wisteria, like, how are you faring in the pack? How's it going, buddy? You settling in well? Bud? Okay, cool.
I wonder if the birth thread would be saved.
Let's see. That was back in autumn? Yes. This was her wedding. This was Wisteria's wedding. And then...
We know the babies came before that.
No, the babies came after the wedding.
Oh, was she a good girl? I thought they were out of wedlock babies.
She was pregnant. She was pregnant during the wedding.
Oh, that's right.
She
Shotgun
was not
wedding.
a good girl. She was about to burst. That was the funniest part of the wedding. Me
Oh, that's
writing
right.
that she was waddling down the aisle because she got 6 fucking puppies in her belly.
Sorry,
She's
my
not a
character
very
was
big
too
character.
drunk to notice.
She sobered up quick when they started to pop out.
Yeah, I think that sobered everyone up.
That sobered everybody up. And nothing. None of these got saved, which is so sad. I wonder if any of Tallulah's got saved. I'd have to look like at a different time. Because I don't want to sit here and just like look at stuff that does not exist for so long, but
We'll have to
so
like
sad.
next Wobble Dog stream we'll have to do a dramatic thread reading.
We'll find one for y'all. We'll find a good one from the beginning. Because there's so many. Now that I'm looking at like all the threads and stuff, I'm remembering stuff that we didn't even talk about. Like, gosh, all the there were 2 murders in Athadia, and then the whole defecting thing with Rin, and the didn't Aristelian get like attacked in the scuffle?
Yeah, he
with
got
that?
attacked. Yeah. He got attacked a couple times.
He was gonna attack left and right. We were on the brink of war forever. Oh, and the trespassing. That was what almost started this entire thing too. It wasn't just the murder.
Oh my god, yeah. No, that's right.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, Wisteria, that was basically what made Wisteria and Netheria hate each other. Was Netheria, who was our friend Intri's character, and Aurora, who was our friend Nika's character. They trespassed without permission in the pack that we were having like political problems with. And then Wisteria got pissed off, I think rightfully so, that this happened and punished them. But Netheria was a little shit. Love her to death, but she was a little shit, and she did not like being scolded like that. On top of many other issues she had with Wisteria, so they ended up becoming like pretty mortal enemies for a long time. They ended up reconciling right at the end, but that was only after everyone else they knew died, pretty much.
Right.
Nothing like trauma to bond you to someone
To bring you together.
Oh my god. So many good threads just lost to time. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
Ooh, Andromache's profile is saved.
Oh, can we look at that?
Yeah. Hang on. If you can find her, do you want me to DM it to you?
I should be able to get her from Mysterious Page because they threaded together.
That's how I found her.
Dramaki, where are you? I guess
he's putting you on blast.
He's wherever you are. We're doing this live. Alright.
But also Andromache's a fucking badass, and I just want to celebrate her for a moment.
It was very interesting, especially not really having a character in Vrolga because, so for a very long time, Vrolga and Athadia, these 2 packs that were at odds for most of the time that the site was alive, ultimately, okay, objectively, Vrolga did start it. Not that everybody knew that, but ultimately, it was a very fascinating situation because both groups believed that they were the protagonists of the story, basically.
Yes, and that's one of the coolest shit things about roleplay.
It was really neat because, from the perspective of Athadia, Vrolga was very clearly the bad guys of the story. However, you turn it, and if you're a member of Vrolga, Athadia is definitely the bad guys of the story. And there was a little kernel of truth in each of those perspectives. And in the end, they ended up kind of having to set aside their differences a little bit and eventually, I wouldn't say they became friendly at the end, but they definitely were working together at the end, especially because Wisteria really wanted Athadia to be a neutral pack for the purpose that she intended to turn Athadia into essentially like a school, like a magic school kind of pack almost. This never came to fruition while the site was still alive, but she kind of wanted to broker relationships with the other packs in such a way that Athadia could become a hub of knowledge and like almost like a giant library magic university style situation.
Right.
She worked very hard to diplomacy the hell out of the packs that formerly were on poor terms with her. And
you did a damn good job, though. Let's just acknowledge that for a second.
I should run for political office IRL now for all of the experience that that was a process,
honestly,
but the way that it happened was very gradual and natural. And I'm very happy with how it all went because while it was stressing me out a little bit when there was so much like conflict, but at the same time, I didn't want to just like magic away the problems. I wanted them to come to natural conclusions in a way that made sense. So I think it basically ended as best as it could for Athadia and for Wisteria. Unfortunately, Vrolga was just the type of pack where it was always going to have an enemy. That was just the nature of Vrolga's belief system. Like, Athadia just ended up not being the enemy at the end. It was very up.
It's fine.
They didn't play nice with others, let's just say, but it was a very cool pack. I wish I had a character that was more ingrained in there, but I essentially picked my allegiance, and my home pack, so to speak, was always going to be Athadia because that was the one that I ran, basically. But here's Andromache's profile. Also with a nice little, what is that called? Family tree.
Yeah, those were so helpful as those families started to like expand.
Lots of cool art. He's always had the cool art. Her magic was also very neat. Lots of like specific, unique spells.
Yeah, that was the magic system was really well done in that you had to purchase purchase spell slots, and they did fall under general categories like vampirism or fire or whatever. But how that actually looked on your character was very much up to your interpretation. Because Rathke's fire abilities look nothing like another character's fire abilities.
Really cool art in P's little art section here. Andromache was also very cool because her appearance evolved over the course of the site. She started off looking like this, and then she kind of became this like sea witch.
Like
creature.
Swamp witch, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, she was fun to design, because I designed all her iterations, and that was just a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, the ponytails. The ponytail era.
Nobody believed me that the ponytails would...
The ponytails would what?
That the ponytails would work for her.
They did! She had a cute little mohawk going on. Also, fun fact, not really IC, but like sort of accepted canonically. In the end, her and Wisteria end up like having like a quasi-romance as old ladies.
Yes. I love it.
Enemies to lovers over the course of like 6 years. But
we stan.
We stan. They're just like, they ultimately become like the old people who like are roommates and just
they were roommates.
And oh my god, they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Will says was mostly art in-house. So Not necessarily. Peas definitely did a lot of the art on site. Or not Peas, Lutra, excuse me. Not Peas. Lutra did a lot of the art on site. You see, Lutra did quite a few of these pieces here and was often commissioned by folks on site, but not everything, like not all of these pieces were done by folks who were on site. I will say that the stuff that you see like on the main page of the site was done by our admin Corey, who is also an artist and good at photo manipulation. So some of these are straight up like drawn pieces, and then a few of these, like this one right here, I believe is a photo manip, which is basically when you take like a photo of a wolf and you like edit the hell out of it until it becomes a Sparklewolf, which is a crazy amazing talent in its own right.
Oh, it takes a lot more precision than like people realize, and I feel like photo manipulation bad rap lately with the whole AI art bullshit, but like photo manipulation is fucking awesome.
It's really cool.
Definitely an art form.
Absolutely. I think one of Wisteria's pieces is a photo manip for sure. Go back to, do I have all of her artwork on here? Oh no, it's oh, this was the piece. This one right here is a photo manip.
Yeah.
A BOGO manip.
BOGO manip. BOGO's vinted.
All of my all of my links here are broken. Whoops. That's okay. Luckily I have all of her stuff on Toy House. I wish, like I said, I wish I had reds to show you guys, like good ones.
I have a couple. I'm like looking for a good one though, because like, I'm not finding any that you're in. I did find Alita's Trial of Bones.
Oh, that one was fun.
And I have
was that the one she led, or was that the one she went on with Tumblebelly?
That was one she led.
Okay, that was pretty close to the end of this site.
Yeah, a lot of these are like pretty recent, actually.
That's
like,
what I was
like
thinking.
End of 2021, beginning of 22.
Maybe I'll start looking there.
So I was actually able to do a search that was like the acrasiarpg.com URL thread hyphen, because all the threads start with that.
Nice. There you go. How do I do that?
Here, I'll just post the, like, you know how you can search by URL on Wayback? If you search this, and it, like, said, like, nothing matches this exactly, but would you like to search URLs that include this?
Oh.
And I was able to find some stuff.
Ooh. Alright, let's hack. Let's hack the system. Let's hack the Illuminati.
Matrix noises.
It says, click here to search all archive page. Oh, wait! I just got a whole directory of all of them. Okay.
Yeah,
I have
and like
all the archive pages now. Okay, so let's see now. Some of these are from like 90 billion years ago, though, because
yeah, and like
remember
some
this
of them
site existed in 2018 as well.
Yeah, and then like some of them will take you to like a you need to log in page, or some of them will just be like
log in.
Like I found the old news thread.
Oh my gosh. So many years ago. These are all from 2015. Though there's 100 pages. Okay, wait. 2022.
I love that you're getting 2015 ones and I'm getting like 2021 ones. How does that work?
I see all.
Apparently.
I'm looking for 2020. All of this is 2015. But then again, there's 165 pages. Yeah, a lot of these are just old. Oh wait, I saw another 2022 in there. I saw ya. You can't get away from me. I swear I just saw one. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just a. I thought this was my YouTube playing Blink-182. No, it's because we're taking a trip to the past right now. This is making me so sad that there's so little archived from the newer site, but there's a bunch archived from the old site. I can read just some of my really old writing. With some of my really, really, really old writing. I don't know if I want to do that, though. That sounds scary.
Wait a minute.
It doesn't say what the names of the threads are either, though.
No, you just kind of click around, and a lot of them are like the same thread, but just links to different posts in the thread, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll have to like do some digging off stream, and then...
Yeah, we can do that. A lot of landmarks and like images and stuff that got saved. I had no idea you could use Wayback Machine to visit the funk sites. You can!
Yeah, Wayback Machine is like... I don't know.
It's powerful.
It's powerful.
Here, actually, I can show you guys, speaking of, I can show you guys what the original site looked like too from here. This was the one that I was on back in 2012, 2013?
Yeah, it was before I was a role player.
Was it .org or .com?
I think it was still .com.
Okay. Come on, way back. Psst, 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 psst.
I only say that just because I think I've run across a couple of old pages. So
maybe I can just go back like, whoop. Yeah, we can go back here and go all the way back. Let's go to a different time and space. A time called 2015. A dangerous place.
Dangerous place.
A horrifying place. Alright, they definitely had a version of the site saved back in like 2014. Yeah, this is the old site. So this was from 2015. As my character Lovelace up here. So old, so old. This was all of our old packs and stuff. Look at all these characters. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
I love them.
This was when we had the C box. The C box. Oh, the C box. This was before the time of Discord, when sites had the C box, where we would literally sit here and type in a chat box on the site with each other. Incredibly enough. And then the other way that we interact with each other more privately was through Skype. We had Skype.
Imagine.
I had Skype conversations with my roleplay friends way back then. You guys don't know how good you have it now.
Discord has unified us all.
It has. God, the C-Box was a lawless place. But, yeah, we've got, see here if I can find any of my characters back then. Good old Yahoo chat roleplay. Here's Lovelace. Wonder if they saved her character profile. I think they did. I think they saved a lot more of the site back then. Yeah, here we go. So it was a slightly different profile setup here. There's a lot more inventory stuff. The fucking fertility image is so funny.
The what?
The fertility image.
What is the fertility image? I'm scared.
It's a picture of an egg and a sperm.
What?
I forget what the fertility trait was. I think it had to do with how many pups you could have.
I cannot believe there used to be a spell for being breedable.
It was
I
not
hate
a
that.
spell. It was not a spell. Back then, it wasn't all spells. You can see that I had inventory items as well. And some of these are traits. Like, she had a strength trait that made her stronger in combat. She had a trait here that gave her crooked ears. Like, you had to buy all these things back then. Back in my day, you had to buy your crooked ears and your... I had a stealth trait. I had a premium account, which let me have this, like, special header here and, like, special CSS stuff. Blood Aura lets you let your character be able to sniff, like, what bloodline a character was just from, like, looking at them. Veritas was still the same. We had some of the same spells and stuff.
Yeah.
And then a little thread log. It wasn't as detailed of a thread log though. We had to have our own post logs that we kept in like threads. Which I'll show you guys over here. I had like my own little thread log that I kept on like an actual like forum post.
Amazing.
And I kept it all organized here.
My ass would not have been able to like be that organized ever.
I had a little relationship chart where she met them, what like she thought about them, all this stuff. I had a little plotting thread. Oh my goodness. We had OOC accounts back then too. I guess we kind of had that on.
Yeah, we did. We just
creative,
never
we didn't really
used
use
them. Yeah, they just existed.
Yeah, they were kind of defunct by that point. Trying to see if I can find a good thread for us to explore. One of the I think they did save one of the ones she had with Tumblebelly. That was a fun one.
Aw.
It was this one, I think. Yeah, it got saved. Look at this.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, should we do a little reading?
Go for it.
I feel like I'm gonna be embarrassed by my. This was back in 2013, so please. How many years ago? 10 years ago I wrote this. Right? No, it was 2014.
I'm ready for this hot gossip.
All right, let me turn off the music for a sec first. All right. Keep in mind this was a child character that I was writing. All right. The enormous two-headed bear reared back, snarling and gnashing its terrible teeth. Its 12 eyes narrowed, huge wrinkly snout curled back in a ferocious growl. Foul breath spread from his big black gullet towards the little pink wolf who's I already have a spelling error, a grammatical error here. Damn,
not
Puffin, did you not
minute
edit
in.
your post? Not a minute in. Who stood before him?
I never once edited a post in my entire fucking life.
Oh, me either. I pressed submit and then I never looked at it again.
Yeah.
She was a quarter of his size or less. Her heroic stance made her seem twice as tall. She was clad in an impressive suit of silvery armor, and in her mouth was the golden hilt of a huge razor-sharp sword. "En garde, beast!" she shouted at him, intending to intimidate him with her confident tone of voice. But with the hilt of a sword clenched in her teeth, it sounded more like... With a big rearing back, she charged headlong towards him, intending to stake him right in his grisly heart. It was then that Lovelace awoke with a snort and a twitch in the darkness of her hollowed-out rabbit's den. Flopping over on her back, she stared up into the dim light with half-closed eyes. Am I dead? She nipped her paw just to be sure. Nope, still alive. Well, that was a relief. Being dead didn't seem like fun at all. In fact, it seemed downright boring. There was no conflict in the afterlife. No monsters to slay, no shiny objects to collect. Speaking of which, she glanced at the back corner of her makeshift den, which was looking depressingly bare. In a little dent in the earth, she'd stuck a little polished cowrie shell she'd picked up near the coast, and a glittery chunk of a rock she had dug up while digging a few weeks ago. She sniffed at them both disappointedly. It was high time to go treasure hunting. Young Aegis slipped out of the... She is very sweet. Young Aegis slipped out of the entrance of the burrow, nosing a few rocks over the hole so that it would be hidden from sight. Can't have any rogue bandits trying to loot me, she thought, careful to make the rocks look as natural as possible so no one would suspect a thing. When she'd gotten everything just perfect, she turned tail and set out at a brisk pace, zigzagging in a curvy line out across the flat expanse of the plateau. The pink and arched streaks of sunrise still hung in the sky, giving the morning a sort of peachy glow. She looked up and out, admiring its beauty as she wandered out into an area of the territory she had never been to before. She'd already scouted most of the land near her den, and as far as her careful eyes could tell, that spot was devoid of all things shiny. It was time to branch out. It wasn't long before she saw a black bramble in the distance. From afar, it looked like some sort of dark magic forest, a perfectly hidden thatch of thorns and branches. If one were a treasure hoarder, one would surely choose a spot like that to put a big crock of treasure. With a big gasp, she bolted forward towards it, stopping short at the edges where the thorny bushes grew too thick to step through comfortably. A trap! Surely the thorns were placed here to deter adventurers from seeking the precious booty inside. Well, they were going to have to do better than this to keep out Lovelace. She just had to figure out the best way to worm her way inside, and after that, the shiny jewels were as good as hers. I don't think my writing's changed all that dramatically. I'm a little less wordy now. Well, maybe more wordy in some ways. Less adjectives, I think.
Fair.
But ultimately the same. That wasn't quite as embarrassing as I was thinking it might be. Thank God. She was a very fun character to write. She was I'm writing with Marina. Marina was a very fun thread partner for Lovelace because Tumblebelly was also so, like... Very yes and like good like neither of them would ever back down from like whatever shenanigans were gonna happen at all. So we always had like really fun threads together. It was a good time.
Like mutual enablement.
Mutual enablement, yes, that's the best way of putting it. That's like the best kind of like roleplay relationship is mutual enablement.
I love them.
Also, do you have any writing of your own, Lutra, that we can snoop upon before we end for tonight?
The only one on Wayback Machine was like a 25-word post, so that one's maybe not good. Let me look and see if I have. If you don't have anything,
that's okay.
I know I do. It's just a matter of finding it. I know I have that petrol vignette. I don't know if that's like quite the same.
You could read that if you want.
That's up to you. Do you think do the masses want to hear it, is my question.
I think the masses want to hear it. Let's do it.
All right, let me find. Also, am I breaking up or anything? Because, like, obviously that...
Not right now. I will put Petrol on the screen so we can see her while we gaze into her mind's eye.
Gaze into her mind's eye. So a bit of context for this thread is this is after the events following the closure of the site. We had our little friend group had kind of decided that a bunch of our characters wound up getting on a ship and leaving due to an apocalyptic event, and that's where Petrol and her siblings wound up being born, was on this ship. So they were pretty much raised on a pirate ship with their parents and, like, adoptive family, I guess you could call it. You know, those aunts and uncles who you're not actually...
Yeah.
But, so this is when she loses just writing.
Hold on, you are breaking up a tiny bit.
All right. Better?
Yeah.
All right. Petrol woke in a sensory vacuum. The world was black. The steady roll of the waves and the familiar creaking of the ship was absent from the salty air. The only sign she had of a world outside of her own consciousness was an ache in her head and the sensation of legs. For the normally foolhardy pup, the unexpected deprivation of sights and sounds was beyond terrifying. She felt like yelling, even attempting to call softly out, but no sound escaped her lips. She was trapped in a void, with only vague memories of battle and her her.
Lutra, you're breaking up.
No!
I wish to hear the angst.
Wish the angst. Okay, should I keep going?
Yeah. Just repeat the last sentence.
Alright, she was trapped in a void with only the vague memories of sea monsters, battle, and her own fear to accompany her. Without prelude, a light appeared in the darkness, its warm yellow glow soon morphing to reveal the face of her mother. The former captain, lamp hanging from her jaw, moved swiftly and silently towards her daughter, dropping the light at the feet as Bonnibel pulled Petrol in close. Perhaps it was unfortunate that Petrol was a sharp, because the comfort of her mother's presence was short-lived as realization quickly set in. There was no creak at the floorboards as Bonnie moved. No rustling of her great wings as they wrapped tightly around Petrol's form. As the captain pulled back from their embrace, Petrol could see the worry etched across her face in the lamplight, but the movement of Bonnibel's lips failed to produce that familiar, lilting accent. "Mom, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything." Great silvery tears welled up in Petrol's eyes as caught in her throat. She remembered now the beast. She remembered taking a breath and unleashing every ounce of magic in the form of a shattering scream in an attempt to confront the beast. She remembered a popping sound, a warm drip of blood on either side of her head, and the world fading to black. She remembered the sounds of crashing waves, of crying gulls, of her family's banter, and of all the other sounds she loved so much. Sounds that she would never hear again. And that's it.
But that's so sad!
I know! But she takes
Petrol.
it in stride later on.
Yeah!
Like, she doesn't let her keep it down.
Absolutely. That's another, like, I don't know. I love seeing the range of characters being played with everything from, you know, overcoming trauma to physical disabilities to, you know, all different types of issues that are being overcome through the role play, which is very fun to read and to write. Also,
Absolutely.
Hello Boomer and hello Panzer. Good to see you both.
Hello.
Welcome
and it's so
on
much
in.
fun. Sorry.
No, go for it.
Gonna say, it was so much fun to, like, it gives you such an opportunity to, like, research and understand other people's experiences. Because, like, I know when I was writing Petrol, I really wanted to, like, give an accurate representation of people who are deaf or hard of hearing. And, like, I wound up doing a lot of research on, like, how do I portray this, you know, respectfully and accurately, and also in a way that, like, I want to write. And, like, it was just a cool experience to, like, get to research and understand something that I probably wouldn't have researched a lot, beforehand,
Exactly.
Like, I learned so much about different types of hearing loss and, like, how different hard of hearing people or people in the deaf community, like, how their experiences differ and, like, how I could put that into my character. And it was just, I don't know. I think it's a really underrated part of roleplay.
It is. It's also just like, oh, Zao says, I think that's amazingly true, and it shows in the way you wrote your character. Yeah, Petrol's awesome.
Aww.
And I'm excited. I hope we'll all have an opportunity to play these characters that we didn't quite have a chance to play on the site in the future sometime. I feel like committing to another large-scale roleplay site like Acrasia is difficult for me now, especially because I think I'm a lot busier than I was when I was hyperfixating on the site itself and like writing 10 posts a day every day. But I would like to get to a point where I can like casually still be involved. This is my biggest problem with these sites. I struggle with wanting to do everything that I do to the nth degree and wanting to have, maybe this is a control issue, but just like wanting to make sure that I and my characters are on top of things constantly in a role play. I don't like, A, I don't like when people are waiting on me, and B, I don't like it when I am not like in the thick of an actively occurring event, if that makes sense.
Right, sure.
Like, there's always been this level of urgency with me in roleplay, even if the actual scene that's happening is not like necessarily an urgent scene. It's just like, I gotta finish this thread so I can do the next thread, so like I can roleplay out this entire thing how I envision it to be. Which, like, granted, you have to like kind of let go of a little bit of that because it's not going to be exactly as you envision it. But I don't know. I guess I get a little caught up in the details too of like, I want to see these scenes play out, and I don't like having to just be like, yeah, it happened and we'll figure it out later. Like, it happened off screen. I end up becoming a little bit better at accepting that at the end of the site's like lifespan, because I kind of had to be.
Right. We couldn't possibly like
play
out all the dots we were having to connect. It
not.
wasn't possible.
I think that helped me learn to let go a little bit too, and like not quite cling to this idea of like everything needs to be role played out in minute detail.
Right.
But
because you will kill yourself taking on too many threads.
Oh yeah, I still don't understand how I managed to juggle everything I did for as long as I did. I wasn't doing much other than role playing for that like span of 6 months or so. You can ask Will. It was like, what are you doing? And I'm like in the corner, like I'm writing reply. I would be up until like midnight too, like writing replies and stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I remember like finishing a school assignment or getting off lab or off my shift at the school dairy and then being like, I have to write. They're waiting on me. The war will happen.
I must. The wolves, William.
The wolves. And, like, you can't explain that to anybody. Like, my roommate would be like, I didn't think you had any essays due this week. We're taking all the same classes. And I'd be like, just writing things. Like, so many of my essays, not at all, like, my school essays, quote unquote, were just Sparkle Dogs.
I was just thinking to myself, like, all of the experiences of our characters would make such a, like, cool book. Like, we couldn't turn it into a book because obviously I don't want to like take anybody else's writing. But I'm thinking to myself, like, some of the elements that we role played out, I'm like, that would make a really good book.
Oh, I know.
Maybe I could change it up a little bit and, rewrite something different. Maybe make it.
This is our main character, Listeria.
Yeah, Listeria and Bozita. Will says the real essays were the Sparklewolves we made along the way.
all along. It's true.
It is. And character creation is also a very fun part of roleplay as well.
I love character creation. I'll create characters just for the sake of having characters, and I know you do too. Because I've seen your toy house.
I don't do it quite as often anymore because I just don't have time to like write all these characters anymore. But I don't even write them. I have to like if I'm gonna have a character, I at least need to have a vague idea of how I would write them to justify having them.
Gotcha. But no, I just have characters that exist in my head rent free.
That's so valid. Excuse me. Here, let me put my music back on momentarily. I will probably wrap up in a minute, but what's like your character creation like process? Like when you sat down to like write a character for Crazia, like what was your thought process?
So when I'm developing a character for roleplay, I like to take a concept, like just a stereotypical, like a very tropey character, and then twist them in some way, and that's my basis for a lot of it. Like for Tavo, it was like, what if, because all the characters in that pack were like the Vikings. I'm like, okay, he's a Viking, but he's really gentle and sweet. Or, Rosita was like, she's a high blood, but, like, she's a cinnamon roll who couldn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And, like, that's where a lot of my characters start. Others will be inspired by, like, just a vibe. And I kind of go off of that. Like, Orion was very much like that knightly, like, pretty much written by the oh hellos kind of character. Or Syrah was also definitely like a vibe kind of a character.
Oh yeah, she's very vibey.
She is very vibey. And then others just like come to me in the dead of night, and I have no explanation for it. They just show up and they're like, I'm here now, guess what? And Bonnie was one of those. Bonnie existed long before I made Casphere. She just existed in my head. She was originally going to be a male, and she was going to have antlers, and she was going to be in Volga. But she kind of got revamped for Casphere.
I think she turned out perfect, though. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I would not have her any other way. She's such a shit.
She is.
But like in the best possible way.
I think my process is very similar. I usually have like a couple character traits that I know I want to build a character around. Like with Wisteria, I knew that I wanted a character that was very strong, but did not look the part. And I also wanted like I definitely wanted like a high blood character that was not a traditional high blood as well. But more in the sense like she had to like earn her status almost, like not literally, but like her parents were like, if you want to continue to be a part of our family, you have to prove to us that you're strong enough to wear the high blood name kind of situation.
Sure. Yeah.
I had a very different idea of what her personality was going to be like when I first made her. I originally was going to have her be kind of vaguely catty, like kind of like catty in that way that like someone will compliment you backhandedly a little bit.
Yeah.
And I wanted her to be like, I also wanted her to be like nice, like creepy nice almost.
Okay.
Like,
it's hard to imagine because I just know her as Wholesome Bean.
Yeah, this is kind of stemming from her character, like history as being tied to that Shinobu character from Demon Slayer, where like Shinobu is like her character is like smiling constantly, even as she's driving a knife through your heart, kind of, right?
Gotcha. Okay. Vibe.
So that was originally what she was going to be like. In her first couple of threads, I kind of played her that way. And then over time, I kind of changed her because she was interacting with Farah and Rosita so much, and both of those characters are so like warm-hearted and kind that I think that kind of just rubbed off on her as well, but like in a different way. Asteria is not like traditionally a cinnamon roll. She's more like, I don't even know how to describe her.
She's
kind of
so
motherly.
Like, yeah, I could see that.
In like a non-traditional kind of way.
I think I see her as very cinnamon rolly because I saw her so much from, like, most of my interaction with Wisteria was from Rosita's perspective, and their relationship brings out a lot of Wisteria's sweet side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She's like kind of playful too. Oh, Ro, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on
Ro,
in.
hello.
Because we had so many raiders tonight. My gosh.
I know. I love it.
My goodness. Thank you so much. What were you streaming tonight? Let me take a look here. What were you streaming? You're playing Metroid Prime Remastered. I hope you had a fantastic time. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna be wrapping up soon because I can't believe we've been talking about wolves for 4 hours. I'm so sorry. I'm probably keeping you up right now.
Oh, you're fine. My sleep cycle is so like all over the place right now.
I really appreciate you being here to info dump with me though, because I feel like I needed this, and I've missed our characters so much. It's been nice to like kind of revisit them. Me too.
I miss roleplay so much.
We gotta do it again sometime.
We have to, even if it's just like Discord threads, honestly. Because I'm with you. I don't know that emotionally I'm commit to an entire ass site. Though I will entertain requests if anyone knows of a good one. Mm-hmm. But like, I miss the babies.
I do too. It's like also when you've spent 2 years of your life with these characters, basically viewing life through them in some ways, because I don't want to be like, you know, I'm a method actor and I like, you know, crawl around on all fours to pretend like I'm, you know.
Don't lie to me. You know you do that.
There is a sense, though, of, like, slipping into the mindset of a certain character when you're writing for them, though, that I can't deny.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta think about it. You gotta think about it from their perspective, and doing that just really, I think, role-playing a character, especially long-term, and especially in a platform like a play-by-post role-play site, where you're collaboratively telling a overarching long-term story with other people, really bonds you to a character emotionally in a way that other characters that I have that I've never role-played with, I just don't have the same affinity for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because you go on the journey with them, because when you're just writing a character, because, like, you know, I've got personal stories. Puffin knows I got, like, a little comic that I call it my comic I'll never actually publish. And, like, that's great, but I'm in control of every step of that journey. Whereas with roleplay, it's like, I don't know where my character will be next week, and, like, what's going to happen to them. So, like, even though I'm controlling them, so to speak, there's so much about their story that's not in my control. That it is kind of like, it's like, this sounds really weird, but it's like you're going on the adventure together in a sense.
Yeah, and it really feels like your child almost, in a weird way.
No, it really does.
So that's why I always call them my babies. Like, they all really feel like my babies
They're
that
your
I've
babies.
like watched grow up.
Yeah.
So it may be a little bit strange to hear about. It's not a necessarily super common hobby, but I think that roleplay is more common in the fandom than people want to admit. And it's weirdly taboo, because I think a lot of times people hear roleplay and they think like, oh, sliding your DMs to like notice your bulge kind of roleplay, you know?
Yeah,
Which,
they think of like
nothing,
the nasty roleplay.
Nothing against, you know, ERP or anything like that. You know, I consenting adults can do whatever they want, but this is a little bit different, and it fulfills like a totally different need. This is just like, it just scratches my writer's itch.
I do want to clarify real quick.
Yes.
When I said nasty, I mean the non-consensual sliding in people's DMs.
Oh, absolutely.
Kinda. Let me be fair, because I'm with you. Something to do what you want, but it can also just be a storytelling outlet.
Right. Yeah, don't slide into anyone's DMs asking to notice their bulge unless you want a virtual slap in the face. Always ask for consent first. Says the fandom is inherently roleplay. That's actually something I was just thinking about too, Cactus Bat, which is like, we, as furries, we are all role-playing to some minimal degree just by having a fursona, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if it's not active all the time. Like, I see my friends, even if I know what you look like in real life, when we're chatting on Discord, I literally am viewing you as your fursona 9 times out of 10 in my mind's eye.
I love that. I really hope you see my fucking, like, gel tube of a soda typing away on the
I do. I imagine the otter just sitting there, like, even though I know what your real face looks like. You're Lutra the otter to me until I view you IRL again.
Exactly,
So,
and even then, it's really just an otter and a human.
Exactly. So yeah, if anyone's curious or interested in roleplay sites, I did post some earlier. You can always message me as well if you want to know more about how to get into this kind of roleplay. It's very fun. It can be time-consuming, but doesn't have to be. And I've met some amazing people through it. I met Lutra, I met Niv, and our friend Peas, our friend Nika and Intri.
You met me twice.
I met you I actually technically did meet you twice.
Oh, you did, that's true. Because I don't think we really, like, got close until Acacia.
No, I just knew you through Peas. I just knew you as Peas' like go-to artist.
Peas is like art sugar baby. Like, I would literally get just a monthly DM from Peas being like, hey, this is what I need. I'd be like, cool.
Slide me the money. You know,
if
I'm
my
good
whole
for
career could just be drawing Sparkle Dogs for roleplay sites, I would love my life.
That would be incredible. You've drawn so many good ones.
I have, and now I don't really have an outlet for it. And like, I miss that.
So commission Lutra to buy your Sparkle Dog art. If you want to commission a Sparkle Dog or Sparklewolf Sona, she's right here and she's open for commissions. Here, slap your card
Raz
in the
is
chat
also
again.
open for commissions. Puffin is also open for commissions. I'm just saying.
I am not good at drawing Sparklewolves, though. I told you this before.
I disagree.
If they're on 2 legs, I can draw them. If they're on 4 legs, I can't draw them.
I disagree.
Can we make a Sparkle Keela? Sure, Will.
Yes.
Whatever you want. Here, I'm trying to grab your... Is it Art by Lutra card, or is it Llutrafrost?
I think it's Lutra with 2 L's .card. Because sometimes Lutra has 1 L's, and sometimes it has 2, and it depends entirely on what thing is taken, what usernames are taken.
Alright, there's the card. There is her Twitch. Follow her as well. Are you gonna be streaming again anytime soon?
I don't know. I've kind of been on hiatus from streaming, just because of life circumstances right now.
Understandable.
I'd like to pick it back up, but if I do, it will be on a smaller scale.
Okay. Well,
but
follow her
I will
on
follow
Twitch
me on
anyway.
Twitter. Yeah.
And Twitter.
I will post like when I'm streaming. I'll give a heads up on Twitter.
You see, so many different usernames.
I'm sorry. I try to keep them as consistent as possible, and it's so hard.
I'm just joshing you.
That's what I get for picking an actual fucking word as my online handle.
We love Lutra in this house. She's drawn so many lovely, beautiful pieces for me. From emotes to like anthro art to all kinds of Sparklewolf art throughout my time as a role player. And yeah, I hope this was at least a little fun for y'all to get a glimpse into one of my hobbies that I don't talk about quite as much. Like I said, I'm not really actively role-playing anywhere right now. I don't know if I'll get back into it in the capacity that I was a couple years ago, but it's always in the back of my mind, and the stories that we created together are like super, super near to my heart, which is why I'm so sad that that site is just like mostly gone now.
I know. But
So
yeah, if
sad,
anyone
but
needs like a good therapy hobby, roleplay is definitely something to consider. You don't need to be good at writing. You don't gotta have a keyboard and a buddy.
Keyboard and a buddy and the capacity to deal yourself emotional damage.
Emotional damage. God.
Roleplay is just hurting yourself over and over again via writing because
Because you can.
because you can. All right, I think I'm gonna find somebody to raid right now.
Ooh, let's do it.
So let's see, we've got... Oh, Emil is streaming. Oh, Emil is doing some D&D roleplay. Okay, more roleplay stuff.
Oh, hell
more
yeah.
roleplay stuff. More roleplays. Let me just double check that he's still live, because he's been streaming for almost 6 hours, but if yes, then we're definitely gonna keep the roleplay train going here. I have the longest ad in existence first, though. Just give me 1 second.
It's okay. That's what I had trying to get into the stream. Yeah, it's progressive, and it's like the dude cleaning his trash cans.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, why is it so long?
Oh my God. I don't know.
What does it have to do with insurance?
I wish I knew. All right, let's do Ard Squad raid. We'll use the dancey emote today because I'm feeling wiggly.
That's me talking about my
Alrighty,
roleplay characters wiggling.
Yeah. All right, folks, thank you so much for stopping by today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I'll be streaming again tomorrow during the day, taking some on-stream Valentine's Day commissions. So if you want a little piece of art for you, your beloved, your friend, your, I don't know, your worst enemy, stop by. They'll be
your frenemy.
Your frenemy, your enemies to lovers,
your secret lover,
your secret admirer, your any other relationship you could think of to possibly have.
Just a ton of cat puff art.
Just every conceivable
cat puff art
situation we could possibly be in.
Oh my!
Yeah, stop by tomorrow at 11, and I'll be taking some on-stream commissions, and then I stream on... Oh gosh, I'm running out of time. I'll just say good night, take care, love you all, and I'll see y'all next time.
Bye
everybody!
We love you!